Dear representatives of the European Commission, dear representatives of the German federal government, and dear representatives of the national regulatory authorities, dear representatives of industry, business associations, and civil society, distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the European Data Summit 2026. This year marks already the 7th edition of this summit. Over the years, more than 350 speakers have contributed to our discussions, and we are extremely grateful for this continuing support of this important platform. When the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung initiated the summit, we were convinced that the digital economy must be addressed in a comprehensive manner. Today, this approach has proven more relevant than ever. Focusing solely on innovation potential while neglecting competition, resilience, and sovereignty is no longer sufficient, and probably it never has been. We also understood early on that Germany cannot tackle these challenges alone. The digital economy is inherently European and increasingly global. Effective regulation, fair competition, and governance must reflect that reality. A functioning social market economy depends on functioning market mechanisms, addressing abuses of dominance, and the deconcentration of power remains at its core. Where markets fail, clear and effective regulatory frameworks are necessary. Since the first summit in 2018, much has changed. Earlier discussions focused heavily on the GDPR and the introduction of new regulatory tools. Today, the focus has shifted towards a coherent legislative framework, towards simplification and workability, and towards the effective enforcement of landmark regulations such as the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act. Recent geopolitical developments have further reinforced this shift. The debate on digital sovereignty is no longer abstract. Disruptions in supply chains and dependencies on non-European technologies have shown how vulnerable we are and how these dependencies can be exploited strategically. Europe must therefore pursue its own digital path, open but resilient, competitive but sovereign. Against this backdrop, this year's summit focuses on 3 key priorities: enforce, simplify, build. First, enforcement. Digital sovereignty cannot be achieved through regulation alone. Without effective enforcement, it will not be achieved at all. Ensuring a level playing field, addressing market failures, and protecting our democratic systems from disinformation and harmful content are essential. In this context, strengthening competition in the cloud market is particularly important. The application of the Digital Markets Act to large cloud providers will be a crucial step. We are also pleased to present new research tomorrow, the study by Antonio Manganelli on the application of the DMA to cloud hyperscalers. Second, simplification. Europe must move from a culture of risk avoidance to a culture of enabling progress. This requires clearer, simpler rules, faster procedures, and real space for innovation. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Simplification does not mean lowering standards. It means making them effective. The digital omnibus will be an important test in this regard. The key question is whether current efforts truly reduce compliance burdens and strengthen competitiveness, or whether they risk creating uncertainty without any tangible effects. Third, building European capacities. Digital sovereignty ultimately depends on our ability to develop our own capabilities. This raises fundamental questions. How can Europe strengthen innovation and growth while preserving the openness of the single market? We are particularly pleased to continue this discussion together with the Hessian Digital Minister Christina Sinemus, as well as representatives of the French and German federal governments. Together, we will explore the role of public procurement as an industrial policy tool. Can public demand act as an anchor customer for European solutions? Where is the debate heading following initiatives such as Buy European or Made with Europe? And what are the potential risks of such preference schemes? Cloud computing is a central example. It has become critical infrastructure, economically, technologically, and geopolitically. Yet Europe's markets remain fragmented. Access to capital is uneven, and scaling European providers remains a major challenge. We are therefore very pleased to welcome leading industry representatives, including Achim Weiss of Ionos and Bernie Wagner of Schwarz Digits, who will join the discussion tomorrow. Together, we will address a key question. Can European cloud providers achieve meaningful scale under current market and procurement conditions? More broadly, we face both a demand-side and a supply-side challenge. Demand can be strengthened through strategic procurement, while supply is becoming more visible through initiatives such as the Tech Sovereignty Catalog. At its core, the debate comes down to a simple but fundamental question. What happens if a hyperscaler shuts you down? To become more independent, Europe must develop real alternatives. Only then we will have genuine choice. The public sector has a key role to play here, as a driver of demand and also as a standard setter. As our Chancellor recently said, digital sovereignty has costs, but digital dependence costs more. Over the next 2 days, we will explore these questions in more than 15 panels. I am very confident that the discussions will be both insightful and forward-looking. But let me end on this note. Europe has the talent. Europe has the regulatory tools. What we need now is the determination to act consistently, strategically, and together. Digital sovereignty will not emerge by itself. It must be built through enforcement, through simplification, and through investment in our own capabilities. And with that, I would like to express my gratitude to Penshu Kusev and the whole team of the Adenauer Foundation. What seems to be a very light touch thing is in reality very hard work. Thank you very much for making this possible. And let me now turn to the program of the summit. It is my pleasure to invite Rita Wezenbeek to deliver the opening keynote. She is the director of the directorate dealing with the online platforms economy in DG Connect, and this directorate is responsible for policies applicable to online platforms and services, and in particular for the supervision of the implementation and enforcement of the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, jointly with DG Comp. Thank you very much. I wish us all a productive and also inspiring summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and also thank you very much for the invite to this very important and timely conference. So it's very good to be here and to see the distinguished lineup and also to see the distinguished audience and also the topics that are going to be discussed, which are very relevant. So maybe to explain a little bit my position, it was already mentioned, but I'm indeed within DG Connect, one of the directors that is responsible for the legislation on online platforms, which is DSA and DMA. So for DMA, I work together with my colleague in DG Comp, Alberto Baquega, who's here today too. And for DSA, I work together with my colleague Prabhat Agarwal, who's here too. So compliments to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung of having all three of us today. So my portfolio is very much DMA and DSA on economic issues. So now you know this. So indeed, today there are very many important topics on the agenda. I have not a lot of time, which is right, because there needs to be much space for discussion. So I thought probably what I say today can be a bit of a scene setter. And what I would propose to discuss with you is how are we doing in both legislations, where are we in enforcement, and also where are we going, also taking into account the wider context. So then if I talk first DMA and then DSA on how are we doing. So as you know that there is a review underway on the DMA and we expect the results soon, beginning of May. Overall, we have 7 gatekeepers who are designated and 23 core platform services who have been identified. We've had intense compliance dialogues with the gatekeepers, and they were accompanied with workshops and also with draft guidance, for instance, on the data elements of the enforcement of the DMA. So it has already, the DMA enforcement and applications, delivered tangible and positive impacts in digital markets. So to name a few examples, but there are many more. Alternative browsers have grown significantly following the introduction of choice screens on your mobile phone. There are more than 40 companies, predominantly small and medium-sized companies, who have leveraged the new data portability solutions to launch new and innovative services. There are new messaging providers who have entered the market, and in case you don't know them yet, I can introduce them, BirdieChat and HiCat, who are using the interoperability of messaging service offered by Meta. So there's also a significant share of end users who are actively choosing to opt out of the recommender systems and opt out of being profiled on the basis of the provision on combining data. Apple and Alphabet are developing a device portability solution so that you are allowed and you can switch from an Android operating system to an iPhone operating system. Also, there are new possibilities to transfer eSIMs between iPhones and Android phones. And I understand that Deutsche Telekom is the first operator to support this transfer. Also, several third-party app stores have begun to distribute apps on iOS and iPadOS, which was until now never possible, and it's a first in the world, including Epic Game Store, Aptoide and AltStore. So these developments represent concrete improvements to opening up digital ecosystems, unlocking user choice, and also setting the right conditions to innovate in Europe to contest gatekeepers' services. So this is already great, but are we there yet? No, and this is where the enforcement comes in. So where compliance was not effective or meaningful, we have opened proceedings. Some cases were already closed. We had 2 specification decisions with respect to Apple. We also had 2 non-compliance decisions on Apple and Meta. You've surely seen them, imposing fines. There are 4 cases now open. 3 new investigations have been opened on cloud. 2 new specification proceedings are underway to offer guidance on compliance regarding AI. So also after the non-compliance cases that were closed on Apple and Meta, we're not necessarily yet at the meaningful result that we want to see, and we are monitoring and in dialogue with these platforms. These cases, and I want to note that, they go to the heart of the gatekeepers' business models, and it takes determination and perseverance to get meaningful results. It is work in progress, and nobody promised us it would be easy. Some of these cases, so the no steering, self-referencing, alternative app stores, they tie in with US cases, where US courts are putting the bar often higher than we are. Also, they tie in with legislation in other places on the world, like Japan and Brazil. So we are, of course, also in contact with the authorities there, and we are following closely the developments. Also, the NCA element is important, the National Competition Authority element. So we're working together with the Dutch Competition Authority in our cloud investigation. We are also, of course, in contact with national competition authorities to articulate what they are doing under competition law, what we are doing under the DMA. And we are also pleased to see that there are a number of private enforcement cases by national courts. So where are we going on DMA? We are actively working to ensure that DMA keeps pace with AI-driven services and cloud infrastructure. I already mentioned the two areas where we are in new investigations. On AI, specification proceedings were opened to provide guidance to Google on how they need to comply with, in particular, Articles 6.7 and 6.11 of the DMA, which ensure that third-party AI providers have equally effective access to Android features, such as equivalent to Gemini on Google, so on the mobile phone. We also ensure that AI chatbot providers like OpenAI, like others, can access Google search data on fair and non-discriminatory terms. This is often a key input in developing chatbots and developing AI services. So they need to have access under Article 6.11. On cloud, we opened 3 market investigations. It will extensively be discussed this afternoon. 2 are assessing whether Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure need to be designated as CPS, as core platform services under the DMA. And the 3rd investigation is evaluating whether slight tweaks and changes are necessary to the provisions of the DMA, which can be done by a delegated act, to make those provisions even more suitable to address the problems that we identify in the cloud market. Also, in the context of the review, the full extent of the DMA's impact, we think, is still materializing. So it's early days. So it is a relatively new instrument, and the opportunities that it creates take time to materialize. Our report will be published with a legal deadline on the 3rd of May, and it will set out a more detailed analysis. This is DMA. Second half, DSA. How are we doing? Here there are 25 designations, have been a series of regulatory measures and guidance on the fee, on elections, protection of minors, on transparency reports, cooperation in context of the board, and also data access by researchers. What has changed? Also here, much more than I can mention this afternoon. But for instance, users can report illegal content in a quick and easy way to online platforms, illegal under EU law. Also, providers of the very large online platforms like TikTok and X currently offer a following feed based on the persons and entities you choose to follow, in addition to a For You feed that they curate on the basis of their algorithms. So you can do away with the algorithms that are intended to follow you, to profile you, and to target advertising to you. Users have the right also to know which item of content has been removed or demoted, and also when and why. Following the guidelines on protection of minors, they will be also discussed this afternoon, certain providers of services have put in place measures to shield children and teens from certain features that may push them to spend more time online. TikTok and YouTube have also set the profiles of users under 16 to private, and that means that videos that they upload can only be viewed by the people that the teens and children decide to approve. On e-commerce, there are also many improvements. Many marketplaces have created an EU-specific recall webpage. Also, AliExpress commitments of last year have improved the transparency of its advertising and recommender systems, traceability of traders, and also the access to data by researchers on its platform. Here also, we are by far not at the end, and we're not at cruising speed. The law itself and the regulatory dialogue have not fully delivered results. We have 16 procedures into the compliance by providers with the DSA obligations. We adopted preliminary findings in 11 cases and adopted 3 decisions making commitments binding on the providers concerned. And as you no doubt have seen, we also adopted 1 non-compliance decision regarding X, imposing a fine. There are many cases underway. There's a pipeline on advertising, complaint handling, protection of minors, on adult platforms, on recommender systems, online marketplaces, and also informal investigative measures on app stores and financial scams. So also here, we look carefully at the US developments. For instance, here there are also parallels with US cases, like the court judgment in New Mexico, but even more Los Angeles of last 2 weeks, where it was important that the court looked at the platform design and no longer at the content. So you could argue, and maybe that's too positive, but that the court took a DSA, let's say, inspired approach to the design of the platform, not the responsibility for the content. Also here, the regulators, the DSCs, are enormously important. We work together on the case with respect to Snapchat, for instance. We work together on Shein. There's very much cooperation in the framework of the Digital Services Board. And also national courts are playing their role, like the Amsterdam court took 2 very important decisions, courts I should say, because one is in appeal, with respect to the recommender system of Meta and with respect to Grok on X. Also, there was the higher regional court of Bamberg in Germany that took a decision with respect to the findability of the opt-out on the TikTok recommender system. On Shein, the Paris courts, lower and in appeal, adopted 2 judgments with respect to calls by the French government to stop access to the Shein platform. Already a year ago, the Berlin here regional court granted a preliminary injunction ordering X to provide access to publicly available data to a civil society research project. There are criminal cases on Telegram, and there are also national cases on age verification, for instance in Paris and Italy. So we see that this is now spreading wider, and it shows how the DSA is designed to work as a whole of society framework, not a regulator-only project. It relies on collaboration and also distributed accountability. There are trusted flaggers, there's the right for users to challenge decisions to be represented, out-of-court settlement bodies, transparency reporting, and, very importantly, data access for researchers. Now, where are we going on DSA? The EU remains a very important market for the world's largest online platforms, and actually this applies to DMA and DSA. The platforms generally have more users in the EU than in their home market. In China, if you talk about e-commerce, often there are twin platforms in China that are only targeted to China, and there are the sister platforms that target the rest of the world. If you look at the 5 largest EU platforms, according to their own public information, their total global turnover in 2024 was about 1.52 trillion euros combined. And as of 2024, their advertisement revenues in the EU were estimated at about 116 billion euro. And their other service revenues, platform, subscription and cloud, they estimate themselves in the EU as being about 141 billion euro. So the revenues in the EU amount to about 257 billion, which is around 17% of their global turnover. That makes the EU market worthwhile for them. So they have a great interest in complying and reaching EU users for the sake of advertising, data collection, offering cloud service, and developing AI models on the basis of EU data, EU citizens' data, and also content that is produced by creators in the European Union. So we will continue to have a regulatory dialogue and also enforce our legislation with determination. Are we at cruising speed yet? No, not quite. We're still building up capacity and experience, and enforcement cases, as you know, do not happen overnight. But DMA and DSA enforcement is a priority, and we are seeing already concrete outcomes. At the same time, of course, we are committed to doing things right, not merely to doing them fast. So our decisions must be evidence-based, respect due process, and stand up to scrutiny. There's a wider environment, and you already discussed it in the introduction. There's the Data Act, there's a Cloud and Development Act coming, there's an AI Act, there's a Customs Act in e-commerce, an EU Product Act in e-commerce, there's the data protection rules, and all of this environment underlines the importance of resilience and choice. If you look, for instance, at the cloud investigation, you see that competition issues become interrelated with security and business continuity issues. There is, of course, a need for simplification, and you know that we are in this omnibus trajectory. But we also think that this should not jeopardize the achievement of the internal market, including for third country undertakings, for whom also the internal market is very important, and also without jeopardizing EU values concerning safety of minors, protection against financial scams or illegal products online. So DSA and DMA are valuable instruments in the front line of world developments. Effective application and enforcement of the DMA and DSA will continue to play a central role, together with all these flanking measures, in ensuring EU competitiveness, resilience, online safety, and also respect for EU values by all those, including from third countries, who want to offer services to our EU users. This is what I wanted to say today.
Listening to you, listening to this incredible enforcement record, I'm really wondering, how do you find time for all those cases? And sometimes we have an impression you're dealing with just a couple of cases, but actually there are plenty of open investigations, and I have the feeling that we need maybe a bit more patience when it comes to some outcome.
Well, we are not patient. I mean, you know that we have, certainly on the DSA, we have quite a number of colleagues who we were able to recruit, but they work day and night. And these are very driven and motivated colleagues who indeed spend all of their time doing the cases that I was just referring to. And we move as fast as possible. As I said, nobody promised us it would be easy. It is not easy. I'm happy to see that the best law firms are now also engaging in both DMA and DSA. So they discipline us and they make sure that the results are robust. But they, of course, also put obstacles in our way, sometimes legitimate, sometimes less legitimate. And we need to counter those to get to fast results. Yes. So, I mean, you may need to be patient. We're not patient.
Yeah. This is part of the so-called regulatory dialogue, probably.
Yeah.
But we have promised that we have also excellent speakers for the first panel. I'm glad that I see Klaus Müller, the president of the Federal Network Agency. Please join us for the first panel, dear Klaus. We have Simonetta Vezzoso from University of Trento and Vox Populi recently, one of the most important contributors to the European Summit in the past, I would say. And we have Martin. I know Martin is here because I saw him. Yeah, the president of the Netherlands Markets Authority. The full name is a bit difficult, it's a bit longer. ACM. Thank you very much, dear Martijn. So we have quite a simple topic. We have some bad experiences in the past. It took some time till we had some real decisions, and that's why we came to DMA and DSA. Maybe we start with Klaus. What's your impression? Are we delivering faster? Are we really achieving the objectives that we have set in these flagship regulations?
Well, first of all, thanks for your invitation and this great conference. And you actually asked me two questions in one, and I think both need a different answer. As we all listened to the great speech of Rita, I think that nobody can deny that a lot is happening. A lot, probably even more than a lot of stakeholders, journalists, activists actually recognize. Because it's happening, some exceptions sitting up there, that's okay. But the problem is that we have a gap between the expectation, which is for reasons, a high expectations, because those digital platforms in the e-commerce, in the social media world, they just dominate our day-to-day life in an unforeseen way. I don't know how your day started. Mine started on platforms. I don't know where you bought your last things, probably a lot of us bought it on e-commerce platforms. So they have a very strong impact on our day-to-day life. And a part of the public expects us, the Commission, the DSCs, to really act fast and hard. Others are very afraid of us acting too hard. So this wide gap of expectation is probably one of the reasons for us doing a lot, working hard, making progress. And on the other side, yes, it's not enough, it's not fast enough, there are still bottlenecks. All that is true because we have this very large gap of expectation, what should be done, and others saying what should not be done, and what is actually possible. But I think, yes, we're getting faster.
Do you share his opinion, dear Martin? You're responsible a bit differently than in Germany also for the DMA in your responsibilities. Do you have the feeling that we are delivering faster and that we are achieving the objectives that we have set, especially in the DSA and DMA?
Well, it's a bit too early to tell whether we're going to be successful. I know everyone is doing its best and we all play a role, and I really liked Rita's approach of this is a whole of society approach. The regulators cannot do this by themselves alone. We need civil society, we need builders, we need everyone in the room here to make this a success. That being said, you know, these laws and these changes need time to be implemented and to get accepted and to get into the normal run of the business of all the companies who are active in Europe. So I'm a very impatient person, but nevertheless, I feel also that we need to exercise some patience in order to get this right. It takes a while, but most importantly, it takes a whole of society effort.
Honestly, are we always one step behind? Do you recognize some kind of shift in power in the last 2 years? Keeping in mind, we have in the meantime the AI. We hadn't that in mind when we drafted the DMA and DSA.
Well, the reality is, and I think it's good, that the business is always one step ahead of the government. I mean, I mean, it would be strange if it would be the other way around. Then we would have an entirely different discussion. So, and the business is one step ahead, but sometimes they take the wrong step. And that's what we call economic risk. Yeah. So that's okay. And it doesn't mean that if you are one step behind, that you're always losing. And I think it's good to be one step ahead, behind, because it allows you to look, you know, where is the market going? It allows a bit of reflection, and when intervention is justified and when not. So I'm not so afraid of the fact that the government is one step behind.
Okay. Simonetta, we've promised that the DMA is about giving a chance, especially to smaller players. It's about contestability. You would like to give smaller voices a voice in this discussion, in your Vox Populi chat that you have. What's your impression? Are we giving them more chances? Are they using these chances that they have based on DSA, based on DMA?
So first of all, thank you so much for the invite. Well, mixed bag, I would say. I don't want to spoil the festive atmosphere, but it's, well, definitely they say they have a voice they didn't have before. And that's pretty clear. So they say, well, it's an administrative process. You listen to what they say, and by small players, I mean here perhaps independent tech app developers or civil society, small organizations, definitely they are happy about it. So they really say, we have a voice we didn't have before. There is a news perhaps about, I don't know, Google wanting to change the terms and conditions of app stores, and they might even get a telephone call from authorities, which is great. So it's definitely. On the other side, well, here we are all DMA fans, definitely, but there are flaws in the DMA. For instance, the DSA has worked much more on the fact that you really wanted to involve in ecosystem. Okay, and this is something we don't have enough in the DMA. And I think that there was it's not now you have to enforce it. It was not your fault, of course. But so somehow the idea is that we could have done things better from the beginning to have those, because in the DSA, they play a much stronger voice. So as in the DMA, they are still on the margin. Then when it comes to effective enforcement, so voice, and then perhaps app developers have complained and they hope to find solutions. Well, that takes very long. They are very impatient. We are all very impatient here. And there is also a matter of resources, of technical expertise, of, taking the whole thing perhaps, I wouldn't say more seriously because I know people are absolutely devoted to that. But again, from the very beginning, perhaps having invested more also in technical expertise and things like that.
Thank you. Coming back to Rita. Rita, you mentioned plenty of procedures. This was really difficult for me to follow, and actually we are focused on some relevant or big cases, and we are awaiting some decisions coming from Brussels. And we know how strong regulatory remedies do we have in the DSA. But we all know what happened in the last 2 years. There were some cases in Romania and Moldova. There were some situation also in Germany during the last elections. And we have intense dialogue with many civil society organizations, and we are reading the text and we are comparing the situation. And we are wondering why nothing is happening. And then we come to the paragraph which is basically addressing the issue of interim measures. Are we very far from that point, or is this a realistic scenario in some certain cases? And how do you perceive these options that we have in your regulatory tools?
So this is in particular in the context of the DSA. One could also think of the DMA. But in the DSA, we receive relatively regular calls to intervene and to stop access to a platform. Now, the law allows to do that in really urgent situations of imminent harm to users of a platform. I personally, we haven't had to apply it yet. I would think that you're then really talking about things like toxic substances distributed online, or explosive substances, or how do you call it, lethal challenges. So it's not excluded. But in many cases, I'm not convinced that the law allows us to take the interim measures that are sometimes called for. I find Shein is a good example, because you had there in November these, what they call pornographic dolls, which are really extremely harmful, extremely in the category of what nobody wants to see online. And that led to calls in France to immediately stop access to the whole platform. And this was even what the states initially asked. Then they already reduced their call. And the Paris courts looked at that, first the lower court, then the higher court. And basically, they weighed all the circumstances. They said, look, Shein has identified these products. There were not too many. They took a whole series of measures. They even stopped for the time being the whole online marketplace. And in those circumstances, they said it's not proportional to prohibit all access to the platform. They did say that the platform needed to take measures to ensure that no children could have access to those products. But I think the proportionality is a really important issue. And in hardly any case will it be proportional to issue an interim measure to stop access to a whole platform. So there can be incidental cases. If they are there, we would not shy away. But in many circumstances, it would not be a proportional measure.
Thank you. Clear answer, but still I have in mind that we have to repeat the elections in Romania, and it had something to do with the way, in that case, TikTok influenced the whole outcome. And I think a couple of organizations did also research also in Germany, and I think maybe you can say about this, what was I mean, your impression? Nobody can say that it had an crucial impact on the final outcome, but that it had some impact on the way the voters decided at the end of the day and mobilized the whole structure, it is without doubt, I believe.
Yes, but again, I think we need to have a real close look what the DSA is about. And if you look at the public debate in Germany, and I guess also some other European countries, it was a very controversial debate on the DSA. Again, you have the expectation of the public, please make the internet safer. And we talked about this the last half an hour. But you also had the opinion of people saying, oh gosh, you're gonna interfere in free speech. That was not my opinion, but it was a relevant part of the public debate. So if you look back at the last national elections in Germany, first of all, we had a very good cooperation with the EU Commission because they really helped us with a toolbox. So we did not have to invent it all by ourselves. And afterwards, we had a great dialogue with colleagues in DSCs all over Europe, helping them with our experience. But the elections were in February 25. We started 6, 9, 12 months before that in a dialogue with the platforms. And we could actually see the shift in the platforms. So in the beginning of 24, they were very cooperative. We had great meetings, a lot of transparency. And we could already see how in the months coming close to the elections, which was just coincidence, but it was describing the shift in the strategy of the platforms that they started to become less cooperative. So this is one challenge we have to tackle. Something is changing within the platforms, and now we can all see it, no doubt about it. Second, we have to have a close look what the DSC can do in elections and what other authorities can do. And I'm quite fine with that, because we as a DSC, we do not want to be in charge for everything. I think a certain amount of checks and balances is quite well thought of. So we look at the structural problems, the structural approach. If there is a harmful post concerning a politician saying, wow, politician XYZ is doing something which is just a lie, then somebody else needs to intervene. What we have to talk about is speed. So we looked at the last 72 hours before the election, so the time when most of the people start to think, oh, who should I vote for? So from Friday to Sunday, would we have been fast enough in Germany with our existing structure to really intervene into a lying campaign? I'm not quite sure if I would answer that with yes, but this is a problem we need to solve in Germany. We can really do a good achievement from the DC side, but we also have to do some homework on the national election campaign side.
From the Dutch perspective,
Yeah.
similar experiences?
Yeah,
I mean, this structure of divided components, this is, I'm not very sure, is it a strength or maybe disadvantage when it comes to DSA? I know in Germany we were fighting for some competencies in the field of DMA. At the end of the day, we lost. And now we are completely focused on Brussels. But in this case, I'm not very sure how these divided competencies do they reflect at the end of the day as a strength or as a kind of disadvantage in the whole procedure.
Well, I'd like to focus on the practice, on what is actually happening. And we were fortunate enough to go after the German elections. So we could build on the Romanian experience and the German experience, and this is how it works in Europe. So we were in close contact with Benetza, we were in close contact with the Romanians, we were in close contact with the Commission to learn from each other's experiences. And in our elections, it was you know, there are always incidents, but it went relatively well, much better than expected. And what happened, also based on the experience of in the other countries, is we invited the platforms before the elections to a meeting to discuss with them in a dialogue, you know, what are you doing to prevent hate speech, to prevent unjustified, illegal interference with the elections. And we had this dialogue going. And then there were two incidents where we picked up simply the phone to the platforms and called the platform and said, listen, this can't be okay. You have to look at it. And it was taken off the platform feed. So I think and why is that important, and why it is important that it's done at the national level? Because we are much closer to the elections. It's, you know, not that we are more trustworthy than the European Commission, but it would be, I think it would be politically very difficult for the European Commission to, quote unquote, interfere in a national election. We didn't interfere in the election, but it could be perceived as an interference in the election. We were completely transparent about it. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm actually pretty hopeful about this development of experience, because I'm sure that following elections, they will build on our experience and learn the lessons, and also the platforms, you know, they start to understand how it works. So we shouldn't make this much a debate about competences and about legality of and the types of interventions, but more how do we work together to make elections be fair and transparent and open.
Simonetta, you know what happened in the last 2-3 years during the AI summit in Paris, during the Munich Security Conference. What do you think? How does it feel to be on the regulatory side and reading all those headlines coming from across the Atlantic?
Great. so it's, well, first of all, I think, yes, I mean, we definitely need regulation.
We haven't discussed this question, I mean, just looking to Simonetta, we were...
I mean, definitely we need regulation. We need a whole of something, whatever what you call it, the Commission approach related to AI, which involves, of course, AI Act, which involves all the other types of regulations which play a role there. And I think we are very lucky as a continent to have a good regulatory background. We need to enforce it properly now. So how do I feel? I mean, I feel I'm feeling sorry for the ones who don't have regulation.
Yeah. Coming back to a topic that was really popular in the last couple of weeks because of the case Fernandez that we had in Germany and the issue of social media. We all know that something bad is happening among young people and that social media has some impact on the way they develop and the way they see the world, etc. And we see growing number countries in Europe. I think most recently Greece are announcing a legislative step in prohibiting social media for young people. This will have an impact definitely on the common market. From the European perspective, Rita, how do you see this development? Is this the right step? And more crucial, talking to some colleagues, sometimes we are wondering, what if we have some more rigorous steps in terms of DSA? Would it be really necessary to go that far if we simply really address the issue of, for instance, recommender systems or similar aspects? This issue will be a part of a dedicated panel later, but still in the context of the social media debate, I would like to listen to you. What's your opinion on this?
Yes, so maybe to begin with, to say that indeed we see more and more member states who are really reflecting on this issue, who are also coming to decisions on these issues, and it also goes to court. For now, we are waiting also for the result and the deliberations of the special advisors that have been appointed by Mrs. von der Leyen, and we expect them in the coming months to come to conclusions on what is wise and recommendations on what should be done. Now, if you look at the guidelines on the protection of minors that were issued in the summer, they basically have a twofold system. They say for the most harmful content, that could be also alcohol, for instance, gambling, other issues that are prohibited for below 18 in national legislations, there needs to be age verification, so there needs to be an age gate. What they also say is there should be protection by design. So there are a number of layers to this. So if platforms say themselves they want to withhold access to the platform for below a certain age, they need to have effective measures in place to enforce this also. If they want to allow, for instance, between 13 and 18-year-olds to be on the platform, they still need to have protection by design. And I knew the question was coming, so I took as an example what was done in Snapchat in the opening on the Snapchat case a few weeks ago. And basically, we said on age assurance, what Snapchat is doing, which is relying on self-declaration, is insufficient to prevent under 13-year-olds. They massively say they are older. Also, they should assess adequately the 13 and 17-year-olds, between 13 and 17. Also, in this case, teenagers were automatically recommended to other users. So that push notification should be sent off by default. Grooming should be made impossible. So this is all protection by design. Then we said, and now I'm losing my notes. Well, so also in Snapchat, it's really important that illegal products are sold on the platform. So also Snapchat needs to take measures to that. Basically, this is an example to say that age verification is really important, but it may also be important for still minors who have access to the platform to take measures to see that there's protection by design.
We have similar initiative in Germany. Dear Klaus, we are really curious what will happen in the coming months in the Parliament. Do you think this is a sound regulation at the right moment, from your perspective?
Well, since I'm a father of 2 daughters, I'm personally convinced it would have helped them and also us as parents a lot if we would have had this age rule already 10 years ago. And what is interesting, now both us in university, so they're already a little bit older, they are reflecting themselves, saying, yes, maybe our childhood would have been at least different if we had some better and enforced regulation. Now, I cannot predict what the German debate will be. It's quite open. It's very interesting. We have a commission from our family minister, Karin Prien, who is also still working on their recommendations. So we're going to see what happens. But I would like to jump to Rita's conclusion, saying, yes, we need to protect minors, no doubt about that. But that would be not enough from my point of view. I think that we actually have to talk about some things the DSA is not yet addressing. That is the recommender system. This is something we really need to talk about, also in the context of the AI Act. And now what makes the life of the Bundesnetzagentur special, we are not in charge of the DMA, that's our competition authority, but we can look into the DSA and the AI Act. And what we can learn from being in charge of those 2 regulations, that should be very interesting. And this is one thing where we really look into the evaluation process, where we're in close contact with our ministry, saying what should be the learnings, what is now happening. And as you mentioned before, when the DSA was invented, we really had not the fantasy what is possible in AI. So these are some things where we need to learn something from.
Thank you. Would you like to have a say on this issue from Netherlands perspective, dear Martijn?
No, other than that, the debate is also in the Netherlands going on whether there should be an age limit. As a citizen, I have my opinions. As an enforcer, I just wait until the outcome of the political debate.
Very diplomatic answer, thank you. Coming to the crucial question of sovereignty, Simonetta. If we are successful, then all fine. But what if we do not deliver in the near future what we have expected? How it will affect our sovereignty discussion?
Well, first of all, I mean, we have been discussing technological sovereignty for many years. It's not a new topic at all. And one of the hopes was based on the DSA, the DMA, we would create choice. And actually, I'm not that keen on having European champions. I want to have an environment in which consumers can choose, different services. And I would prefer to have an environment in which, for instance, our children can choose and they are not banned from using services, because there has been innovation for social networks which are, from a more public interest perspective, which are more conducive to the many things we care about. So that would be ideal. So if we don't do anything now, well, first of all, many things are happening. So with public procurement will be discussed. DMA, DSA, we have heard wonderful things about them. So there is quite a lot of movement. And then, but as I said, if you ask me it's not that I want to have European alternatives. I want to have choice. I want to have good services. I want to have providers who abide by the rules, no matter where they come from. And this is something that, yes, where we are is definitely being a little bit lagging behind because we have had regulations for many years. So, yeah. Continue the same way, but with a little bit more determination, perhaps.
Thank you. Dear Rita, looking ahead, what should happen crucial in the next 2 years to say we are really delivering from today's perspective? I know we are fed up of regulation and everybody's saying it's enough, but still sometimes from a different perspective we are aware of some gaps in the legislation that are not maybe allowing you to act the way you want to act. What could be for the next 2 years something maybe addressing the policymakers where you see we need improvements, and maybe also critically on your side where you see, we would like to say, I want to see these results at the end of the day?
Okay, so I think maybe first also when I heard the question, I thought perhaps we're putting too much emphasis on enforcement. I mean, what should have the emphasis is compliance. So this is the first thing. We expect the gatekeepers and the VLOPs to comply. We are also overlooking the importance of regulatory dialogue. I mean, to a certain extent, and we see that in certain groups of gatekeepers, they really want to comply. So they want to hear from us what they have to do, and we should give them the opportunity to do that. So then there is enforcement. But if you really ask me what is also a crucial element that we should not forget, that is the fact that also European industry needs to make itself acquainted with the opportunities that are offered and needs to use it. So what we are seeing, for instance, in the context of the DMA is that we get calls to be more transparent and to make people more aware of the opportunities that are there. We want to look for those opportunities, and the DMA can play in all its modesty, because these are immense issues that Europe is facing in terms of resilience, sovereignty, maybe making first sacrifices before we get to levels of sovereignty that we want. But the DMA can play a role because it offers opportunities to make use of infrastructure that is there. So for us, it's really important that companies discover those and that entrepreneurs work on that basis. And one thing I really want to say, we are working on transparency. So for everybody who wants to see it, you can go to the website of the DMA. You can see what has changed already. And also importantly, if you're an app developer, if you're a developer of innovative services, you can see what we call the resources on how you can actually build on the infrastructure that has been opened. So if you're a techie, go there, find out what your opportunities are, and make the next Google.
That's quite a difficult question, but maybe the same question to you, dear Klaus. Just critically observe from nowadays perspective, what is on your wish list for the next 2 years?
3 things. First, I really liked one point Martin stressed in the beginning. Yes, the DSA is a real big job for the regulators, but not only for them. And what I really liked before switching to the Bundesnetzagentur, I was engaged in consumer protection, and I see that the DSA offers a lot of chances for scientists really digging into the data, a lot better than my authority could do. I see there's a lot of chance for litigation for NGOs, for consumer protection organizations, but also for trade organizations, pressing for their interests. So the DSA is empowering other parts of society. That's what I really liked. I already mentioned recommender systems. I think this is the next big question we really need to dig into. And as I mentioned before, when it comes to elections, when it comes to the last 48 hours, 72 hours before everybody is going to the ballot, are we quick enough to really act when it's necessary. So the gap between an authority being very carefully what they do, what needs time, and in the internet, on the social media platforms, speed is king. Sometimes it's really necessary to act fast. These are three challenges we need to work on.
Thank you. Martijn, your wish list for the next 2 years.
My wish list. I would like to come back to the point that you made, is that, if I paraphrase it a little bit, you said, well, I'm indifferent whether there are European options or other options. I slightly disagree, because I think it's crucial to have European options for key business-to-business and business-to-government services. I think our societies have become kind of slowly too dependent on a small number of suppliers from one country. And that is too vulnerable for a society. So what I do see and do hope is that both the supply side and the demand side, which I call also the government, is able to change that. And I think that is the key focus, because if you think about it, you know, if one of the social media platforms would close its business in Europe, you know, as a threat or as a sanction, or very bad. I'm not dismissing it. But if one of those other big IT companies would stop servicing governments in Europe, the damage would be far greater. And I think that vulnerability that we've just became aware of, or at least it was, of course, in many circles, we have to acknowledge that. There were warning signs, but these warning signs were ignored. But now we feel the full vulnerability of that dependency. I think that should be the first and foremost priority of both governments, industry specialists, and regulators. So what I do hope, and this is the optimistic view, based on developments over the past few weeks, maybe months, is that you see a supply side and you see a demand side developing and changing. And this is where the European Commission and the national regulators, using competition law, DSA, Data Act, AI Act, can put all their efforts in to make this a success and to reduce the dependency that is now present in our societies.
Thank you. Before I ask Simonetta, I would like to announce that there is a chance for questions from the audience. Just get prepared, and then we have probably a possibility for 1 or 2 short questions.
Perhaps if you can reply.
Yes.
So, of course, I would love to see European social networks with our, let's call, European values, whatever they are. But the thing is, I think if we, for instance, enforce things like interoperability of social media. Okay, so it's not that I deny the fact that we are too dependent on some social media who happen to be all from the same country. It's the fact that we need to enforce our whole framework. So, for instance, working on Article 7, interoperability of social media would be great. And then I hope these newcomers emerging, if they are European, if they are Italian, they whatever, great. But so I want providers abiding by the rules, because I mean technologists are from all over the world. I mean it's, I don't know, but it's technical skills coming from all over the world. If they make our digital lives better, I don't have anything against it.
No, that I understand. But what I think the key point is that we shouldn't fall in the trap by focusing solely on social media companies. Social media companies are crucial and are very important for our societies, but also look at who is providing our business software, who is providing key cloud services. And those are the key services on which our societies run. Our defense runs, our social services run, our healthcare system runs. If they collapse, we are in bigger problems than if social media stops running.
Exactly. Still, social media as a kind of digital public infrastructure is in the agenda tomorrow. But I have announced, do we have maybe, you have a chance now. I see 2 prominent voices over there. Please be short, introduce shortly yourself, and go.
Thank you very much. My name is Daria Browniger. I used to be with Zalando. I'm on sabbatical, so I'm interested citizen today. My question is to Mr. Müller. You mentioned the focus should be on recommender system going forward. Do you mean focus in enforcement, or do you mean for new regulation? And if you mean the latter, what do you have in mind? What is missing? And maybe also attached to the question, are you thinking about social media, or are you also thinking about marketplace platforms? Thank you.
Maybe we gather one more question. Sebastian, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Sebastian Steinert. I'm a PhD student in competition law and digital markets. My question would be about structural remedies. So my fear, looking at the title, Enforcement Delivering the Promise, is that we are maybe too focused on administrating big players in the market and talking a lot with them in regulatory dialogue, which in the end changes maybe one or two design aspects. But in the end, the problem might be more structural. So how do we actually get to this structural layer and address it while not being distracted? Thank you.
The one question was for Klaus, and the second was?
Well, I would definitely say Mrs. Wezenbeek, but also Martin Snoop would be great.
Well, to make it short, I think that recommender systems are important for social media and e-commerce platforms. And it's then interesting if they kind of manipulate us. We had a very interesting research by, I think it was the Bertelsmann Foundation, looking on social media. What kind of posts are shown when I'm not in choice, which Rita mentioned, I can change, but a lot of people do not change. They get the post, the recommending system of the social media platform tells them. And if we see that these recommender systems just do something, for example, in advance of elections, if they just intervene with the fairness of elections, these are topics we really should have a close look into. Yeah.
Yes, so there are basically structural remedies. And this is, of course, something that was also very much debated in the legislative process. And I must say, I was a few weeks ago at a conference where somebody was speaking from the perspective of American investors. And he was saying the DMA is obviously a failure because no breakup was already imposed. To me, that's a very small lens to look through. And I honestly do not believe that structural remedies are necessary or unavoidable or called for in most situations. I mean, they can be called for. There's now an antitrust case where this is a serious option that is on the table. So in exceptional cases, that can really be necessary. But in many cases, you can also have other remedies that we are now negotiating with platforms. And you may say that this is only marginal, but the fact that you can now seamlessly switch from an Android phone to an iOS phone is not marginal to me. And the fact that there are app stores now on Apple that were never there, that players like Spotify and others can link out from an iPhone, from the App Store on iPhone. I mean, these are things that, in the world of unregulated, globally operating entities are uncalled for, or unprecedented. So not uncalled for, but unprecedented. So, so I do think that the results are important. And I hear what you say, but what we are now analyzing in the context of AI, for instance, is very necessary. It's very necessary for the European future. It is necessary to ensure competitiveness and choice. But for the platform that is undergoing it, it's very intrusive. So we should not underestimate the tools we have and also the way we are applying it. And first of all, we need to see results on the basis of what we are doing now. And then we can see whether there are exceptional situations where breakups are called for. But I would actually only see them in very, very rare circumstances.
I believe Martin is also skeptical about this issue. But
yeah, and I agree with what Rita was saying, and want to add also sort of political realism. breaking up a big company that is not established and headquartered in the EU, but in another continent, is extremely hard to, I mean, to decide. It's not that difficult, but it's extremely hard to enforce. So I think that is that, and you can devote all your efforts as a regulator to trying to achieve that, or be more realistic and try to achieve maybe not the same result, but second best result through other means. And I think that is the doubt that we do. I mean, I don't know how it is in Germany, but we've had debates about breakups in the Netherlands when it came to the electricity system between generation and the networks. It was a massive, very heated political debate only in the Netherlands. The regulator was not able to do it by itself. A law had to be enacted. And even then, it took forever for that law to be enacted. So breaking up structural remedies unleash powers that are beyond the control of a regulator. So that's why I would say, if structural remedies are going to be imposed by, at least let's call for myself, by a Dutch regulator, it would be for a Dutch company, or a company that is based in the Netherlands.
That's not fair, Martin. Okay, well, let's. You have the exclusive opportunity for the final remarks, dear Simonetta. Shall we stay confident that we are on the right track?
Well, after the wonderful, what can I say? Well, everything, for instance, Rita said. I mean, I agree. So we have opportunities for new app stores, things you can do with the data portability. That's good, but I mean, we should be realistic. They are first steps, okay? And whether they are going to be really game-changing depends on how you enforce these rules. Because, I mean, they are not doing enough. I mean, okay, you mentioned some cases of app stores, but what about the business models behind this? Okay, so it's really complicated, but we are definitely on the right track. What I would like to see, if I also have, would be many more specification decisions, because I think they are great. But in order, so we have already had them already. Some are ongoing. That's great, but I think this is really, I mean, talking about structural remedies. I don't know whether they are effective or not, whether they are realistic or not. I mean, specification decisions are effective and they are realistic. You need, of course, the right technological expertise, technical knowledge to do that properly. And you have shown, as Commission, that you are able to do that, so that's great. But then the other things I would wish for would be, yes, I mean, talking from the point of view of Vox Populi, I think, I mean, these instruments need to have also political support, meaning users, common users like ourselves. So really devote much more attention to that. You were mentioning transparency. I don't think it's enough. So it should definitely be more in that direction. That would be, but yes, we are on the right track, but there is much more to do.
Thank you very much. We are organizing these events also for you. We greatly appreciate your work. We are supporting your work. We are, of course, carefully observing what is going on, what kind of decision you are taking. And we are here to support any gaps that you are addressing in the discussion over the next 2 days as well. Many thanks to our panelists. It was an excellent discussion, great intro for the next 14, 15 panels that we have on our agenda. I really enjoyed. Many thanks, and please stay with us if you can. Many thanks. Now we continue in the same spirit. I read an interesting article a year ago, and I said to myself, oh my God, I haven't read it this way, never before. And the article came from Rita, a great researcher currently at the Martin Center in Brussels. He's publishing on many economic topics, but he is addressing one really relevant issue when it comes to the enforcement of our digital regulation in Europe, and that's the role of Ireland. It is my great pleasure to have you on board. Dear Owen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Pencho and all the team in CAS, it's great to have this opportunity today. I will try to do my best German impression and keep to a very strict 10 minutes.
We have also a chance to ask him after his keynote, maybe some open issues, but we're really happy that you are with us.
Great. I will just talk about Ireland's oversized role in the transatlantic digital order. I will identify some characteristics which make Ireland unique and sketch how these characteristics have created real economic and political dependencies, which impact not just on Ireland's role in the EU, but also on EU digital and technology policy, and also, of course, on the transatlantic relationship. The inspiration behind another German political foundation, although this one more to the left of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, the German writer Heinrich Böll, came to Ireland in the 1950s, and he was looking for something Europe had lost, this kind of simplicity, this kind of rural landscapes unravaged by war, unlike his beloved Cologne in World War II. He came to Ireland, he found it, he loved it, he spent a lot of time in Ireland, but I wonder what he would make of Ireland today. Ireland is the European headquarters of Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and many, many more US technology companies. It's a country whose public finances now depend more on the decisions made in boardrooms in California, more than they do on government decisions in Brussels or Dublin. Yet the question posed by this summit, friend or foe, is not really a simple one. Because Ireland is now in a position that is simultaneously more complicated and more troubling than a simple label. That's because Ireland has allowed itself to become an economic dependency. This is a structural dependency which has come to permeate the entire Irish economy and by implication the Irish political system. So let me identify three characteristics that will kind of show you clearly what this model has become. Let's start with the obvious. You know, every major economy has firms that define it. Germany, at least to us non-Germans, has Volkswagen, indigenous manufacturing embedded in the German psyche. As we say, when Volkswagen sneezes, the Bundestag catches a cold. Because Germany and Volkswagen are, you know, indistinguishable to many non-Germans. Ireland, on the other hand, has Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, etc. Not one of them is Irish or with any traditional Irish origins. They are American firms that chose Ireland as their European legal and tax domicile. And that single fact dominates everything that follows. The first characteristic, then, is this. Ireland's relationship with US tech multinationals is largely based on access to the EU single market, and let us have no doubt, favourable and aggressive tax planning. And we shouldn't underestimate that it's washed down by a healthy dose of cultural familiarity and Anglosphere economic liberalism, particularly when it comes to labour laws. This strategy has been successful beyond Ireland and the tech companies' wildest dreams. We are now talking about multi-decade relationships. Apple will now celebrate in the coming years, 50 years in Ireland. But this relationship is very much transactional. It's based on legal incorporations, IP holding structures, and the movement of intangible assets. The second characteristic is a concentration of risk of a magnitude that should alarm any serious economist. Ireland's tech and pharma exposure is not just significant, it is unique. Just 3 multinational companies, 2 American tech firms and one pharma group, believed to be but not officially confirmed as Microsoft, Apple and Eli Lilly, accounted for 46% of all Irish corporation tax receipts in 2024. 3/4 of all Irish corporation tax receipts is paid for by US multinationals. So let's be clear about what exactly this means. Let's look at it in a European perspective. Across the OECD, member states on average, corporate tax accounts for about 12% of total tax revenues. Germany only raises about 6 to 8% of its taxes from corporations. In 2025, Ireland raised over 30% of its total tax revenues from corporation tax. And of that 30%, about 25% was paid for by US multinationals. To translate that into human terms, the amount of money that Ireland gets in corporation tax from US multinationals is twice the entire Irish education budget. The Fiscal Council in Ireland, one of the few independent watchdogs, has compared this to Norway's oil revenue. High yield, high risk and potentially finite. Their Norwegian analogy is instructive because Norway built the world's largest sovereign wealth fund to manage that risk. Ireland, even after the establishment of 2 long-term investment funds, still spends about 90% of this windfall annually. Essentially, it's propping up current government spending. The third characteristic is the distorting effect that these firms have on the Irish and, by the extension, the EU economy. The Apple state aid case is merely the most dramatic example. Ireland's modified gross national income, which is the Irish attempt to strip out the statistical noise created by the multinationals, runs about 40% below its headline GDP figure. Ireland is in a meaningful sense, unable to measure its own economy because the multinationals distort it so much. In fact, Eurostat now for EU data often excludes Ireland from its calculations for the Eurozone and for the EU because it is so distorting. So let's look now at how these characteristics have created real political dependencies. First of all, it's important to recognise that Ireland isn't Delaware. These companies in Ireland employ about 250,000 people directly, which is nearly 10% of the total Irish workforce. So when we talk about Apple, Google, Intel, IBM, Microsoft, Amazon, Pfizer, Meta, all headquartered in Ireland, we're not just talking about US multinationals, we're talking about the Irish economy, because that's the part of the Irish economy which keeps its budget solvent. When I wrote previously that Washington can literally turn off Irish lights with some changes to its corporate tax code, I was not exaggerating. The Trump administration's stated goal of reshoring American intellectual property and manufacturing is an existential threat to the Irish economic model. Dublin knows it, and it's that knowledge which produces a particular kind of political behaviour in Brussels. So when the Irish Taoiseach, the Irish Prime Minister, called for Europe's response to Washington to be considered and measured and proportionate, he was in fact saying, please do not antagonise the Americans in ways that might cause them to reconsider their Irish investments. Ireland's subsequent commitment to resist EU digital taxes was not driven by any principled opposition, but by what I describe as blind panic, the panic of a country that has no discernible strategy for what comes next if the tech firms leave. This in turn produces a systematic bias in how Ireland approaches EU-level discussions on digital regulation, competition policy and data protection. Ireland is de facto the voice of Silicon Valley in the European Council, And, you know, to not acknowledge that fact is to do a disservice, I think, to EU digital rules in general. And this is not because Irish politicians are corrupt, but it's simply because the incentives are so overwhelmingly aligned with American corporate interests, protecting jobs, protecting tax receipts, protecting the funding of public services. In Dublin, that means keeping the US tech companies happy, whatever the cost. So I want to briefly give you a very specific example. And it's kind of a case study in how Ireland has been captured by the US tech companies. And this relates to Ireland's role as the lead regulator in the EU's data protection framework. Because under GDPR, the Irish Data Protection Commission is the primary regulator for almost all US technology firms operating in Europe. The record of enforcement, to be blunt, is appalling. While the DPC has issued over 4 billion in GDPR fines since 2018, less than 0.5% have actually been collected. More tellingly, the Irish Data Protection Commissioner's decisions have been repeatedly and publicly overturned by other EU national data protection authorities and by the European Data Protection Board. I think it's been proven pretty conclusively that Ireland has deliberately attempted to build up the credibility of its Data Protection Commission as a cover story, constructing the appearance of independent regulation while in practice protecting the firms it's supposed to enforce and to police and to supervise. In September 2025, the Irish government appointed a former senior lobbyist for Meta, who spent 6 years defending that company during the Cambridge Analytica scandal, and who had been lobbying against strong data protection measures as a data protection commissioner in Dublin. The very regulator now charged with enforcing GDPR against Meta had, until months before her appointment, been paid to lobby the Irish government on behalf of Meta. Helen Dixon, who led the Data Protection Commission in Ireland for over a decade and in effect became Europe's de facto global privacy regulator, left public service in 2025 and within months had joined a law firm, Mason, Hayes and Curran. Their website states that tech companies such as Meta, Instagram, Airbnb, Fitbit, Slack, Stripe and WhatsApp all count on us for rapid, detailed and critical data advice. So this is not, this is not a uniquely Irish problem. I hope it's okay in Berlin to mention Wirecard and to give that as an example of perceived regulatory capture and how it can exist even in big and diversified industrialized member states. But let me close by giving 5 very simple conclusions. First, Ireland is not a neutral actor in EU digital policy. How can it be? Its dependencies run too deep on US tech and pharmaceutical companies. It cannot be an impartial voice in European debates on digital regulation, competition policy or data potential. This is, quietly and silently acknowledged throughout the EU, but I think it should be acknowledged more openly, particularly in Brussels. I think we need to be honest. The EU's digital enforcement mechanisms are broken. Allowing a country with Ireland's economic structure to serve as league regulator is not sustainable nor desirable. The EU needs a genuinely centralised supervisory and enforcement authority insulated from national economic interests. A direct precedent exists with the supervision of Europe's largest banks after the financial crisis of 2008. The luck of the Irish will continue on, at least in the medium term, due to the partially implemented nature of the OECD's framework on base erosion and profit shifting scheme, which has allowed Ireland to increase its corporate tax rate to 15% while not having to share the proceeds due to the partially implemented nature of the agreement. Thirdly, and this is probably most important for transatlantic relations, for transatlantic tech relations, is that Washington understands Ireland's dependencies better than Dublin. The Trump administration has demonstrated with characteristic bluntness that it views Ireland as a tool useful for protecting American corporate and regulatory interests into the EU, and potentially leveraged against Ireland if the relationship sours. Trump's comment that Ireland cheats the US on pharmaceuticals, delivered while warmly welcoming the Irish Prime Minister to the White House, is a warning. However, once again, the luck of the Irish will still hold in the medium term, as Ireland is a key location for the production of the weight loss drugs which are now revolutionising US pharmaceutical prospects. Finally, I think Europe needs to stop pretending that the current arrangement is working. And while I admire the amount of tech expertise that is in this room, ultimately this is an issue that will be decided by politics. The politicization of digital rules by Washington has created a genuine opportunity. The EU should offer Ireland a grand bargain, which is to move tech regulation to a European level. And in return, Brussels should actively support Dublin on the issues that should keep Irish policymakers awake at night, which is lack of security and defence capabilities, and the next EU budget, in which Ireland will become probably one of the biggest per capita net contributors, in large part because of the exaggerated, oversized nature of its economy, driven by US tech and pharmaceutical companies. But perhaps such pretense suits Brussels and indeed Berlin, because really holding Ireland to account would mean that the EU would have to have a much more fundamental reckoning itself about the deepness of the EU's economic and technology dependencies on these US companies, something that was raised by the Dutch speaker in the last panel. So what I would say is that we need a more open and honest debate about these issues. And while it is very heartening to hear all the future initiatives that the European Commission and other EU bodies plan to introduce, I argue perhaps before we do that, we should concentrate on properly enforcing and supervising the laws we already have. Finally, my last point is that I'd like to use a quote from the Irish writer Samuel Beckett, who loved Germany, its people and its culture. And Beckett wrote, "After all, what is a ruin but a house that has outlived itself?" I think the question for Ireland, and indeed all of Europe, is whether the current arrangement can be reformed before it becomes just that, a ruin to what could have been possible. Thank you very much.
We need to stop pretending. Okay. Do we have questions from the audience on this onus diagnosis by Owen? We have one more question, please.
One question to the European authority or enforcement authority. Why do you think nothing happened in the last 8 years? Why this is such an easy, for everybody that's involved, I myself am a privacy lawyer, such a low-hanging fruit to say the Cayman Island won't stop being a tax haven. Ireland will never be an enforcement friendly country in the European Union. What stops this?
Well, I think the ultimate answer to that is probably found around the table at the council, at the European Council, because it's essentially a political issue. Because, as you said, if it was a technical issue, the privacy authorities, the regulatory authorities, the privacy lawyers would have taken issue with that years ago. But I just want to emphasise the embedded nature of the US tech companies in the Irish political system. We're talking that they have, like, you know, high-level access as required, as requested, and a very responsive political system that will, in effect, you know, try their best to make sure that the facilitation can continue.
Maybe one more question, then from my side. Is it a realistic option to move away the enforcement to Brussels? I mean, we know all the constitutional constraints that we have. How realistic is this option?
Well, I remember being at as a very naive young person in Brussels in 2006, where somebody said, a think tanker said, that we should move the supervision of all the big banks in Europe to the European Central Bank, and he was promptly laughed at by all the politicians and European officials in the room. So basically ask me after the next huge economic crisis, and we will see what is possible and what's not possible.
Thank you. Greatly appreciated, dear Ian.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back here. Not only because Pencho throws some of the best parties in Berlin, but I think at this conference people really do say what they mean, which is always much appreciated on the conference circuit. My name is Samuel Stolten. I'm European competition reporter at Bloomberg News. And we're here today to talk a bit about both the DMA, the DSA, competition enforcement at large, and how they've become increasingly strained amid the EU's relationship with the United States under Donald Trump. Now, Europe has spent years writing the rules for the digital economy. What's changed now is that those rules are currently being tested, legally, politically, and geopolitically. The following discussion is less about what Europe wants to do and more about what happens when it actually tries to do it, when regulating big tech stops being purely technical and becomes, dare I say it, political. For this cause, I heard some gasps in the audience there. For this cause, I'm very pleased to be joined by a fantastic panel with perspectives from Brussels enforcement, national regulation and civil society. So if I could just invite our panelists to the stage, please. We have Natalie Harsdorf, Director General of Austria's Federal Competition Authority, bringing a national enforcer's perspective on how things stand. Thank you, Natalie. Round of applause for Natalie, I think. We have Alberto Bacchiega from the European Commission, right at the centre of Europe's regulatory and enforcement agenda, particularly with regards to the DMA. And we also thank you. And we also have Corey Kreider from the Future of Tech Institute, offering a civil society perspective on platform accountability. Now, before we get... Thank you. Gosh, 3 applauses already. We must be doing something right. Now, before we get started, I'd encourage you all to jot down any questions you have as we go along, and then about 10 to 15 minutes before the end, we'll open up the floor to you all for some questions. I think it's time to jump straight into it. Maybe, Alberto, we could come to you first. And let's just dive straight in with a geopolitical question here. So perhaps you could give us a picture of what it is actually like in the corridors of the Commission's Madou and Berlaymont buildings when the White House attacks the DMA and the DSA, as it has done over recent months. And indeed, you know, you could argue that the pressure has always been there, but I suppose now it's a lot more explicit. And has that pressure in any way impacted your enforcement actions? And have there been any instances where the Commission consciously calibrates timing or perhaps even the intensity of enforcement decisions in order to avoid escalating trade tensions with the US?
Okay. Thank you very much. Quite a tricky question, so I'll answer that to the best of my capacity. But clearly, geopolitics is there. Clearly, the world in 25 and 26 is very different from what it looked like before. In many respects in our lives, in regulation of technology companies, the big digital platforms as well. How it feels from my point of view, I'm at the, let's say, the middle of the technical level. I do a little bit the transmission mechanism between the people who actually do the work and understand what they're doing at the political level.
You're too humble, Alberto, far too humble.
And it's much less exciting than it may look like. It doesn't really change what we do. It's very interesting to see. Sometimes it's a bit concerning. Quite honestly, there are some arguments that are being brought forward towards our action in regulating digital platforms that are somehow difficult to reconcile with our normal work. And I give you 3 examples. One that is not very new. We are often being told that we target US companies. So we've been at pains in the last probably 4 years to explain that this is not true, that an instrument like DMA is based on objective criteria to actually, and is very asymmetric because it only wants to target the big digital platform. Exactly for that reason, it does target the big digital platform. Most of the big digital platforms happen to be from the US, not all. We have 5 US and 2 not US ones that have been designated. But that's it. There is nothing else behind that. And what we try to use as an argument that sometimes makes a little bit of headway, always say like 3/4 of the digital platforming scope of the DMA are US-based, and 3/4 more or less of the companies that ask us to do more, to enforce more the DMA, that want to have more opportunities actually to innovate on the digital sphere are US-based. And that is simply because the digital sector in Western Europe, at least, perhaps not in Asia as much, but Western Europe, is dominated by US companies at every level. But is a message that has become more and more stronger and stronger that we get, the pushback on regulation, that is actually that. The second criticism we get, and that's I still fail to get my head around it, we are told the DMA has extraterritorial effect, has been designed to be extraterritorial, and there is not a definition of extraterritoriality I can think of that would actually allow to get to that conclusion, because it's obvious that the DMA only applies in Europe, and that if any company decides to do or implement changes that they have to implement in Europe because there is a law, outside Europe is their own choice. And actually for a law that, as Rita mentioned before, is more targeting behavioral changes than structural changes, that is even more the case, much more than in traditional competition law, because if you think about a structural remedy, you cannot make it non-extraterritorial. When you have to sell a business, you sell it. You don't sell it only in one region. The DMA is more about changing in the course of action of the companies, and they can very easily change them for Europe only if they want to, and often they do. Which is a problem for beneficiaries. It's a problem because they cannot develop new services worldwide, so there is fewer synergies and higher cost, duplication of cost and so on, but that's a fact. And the third criticism we get, and that also I kind of fail to recognize, is that we are a machine for fining US companies, and that actually it's all based about linking to the worldwide turnover of the company, which actually should demonstrate the extraterritoriality of the instrument. And then again, just looking at the track record of the DMA, all the things that Rita mentioned just earlier, all the changes that happened, one may debate they're big or they're small, but they are a couple of dozens. We had 2 decisions with fines so far. And the fines that we imposed on those companies were extremely moderate given the turnover of these companies, not in globally, not in Europe, but probably also if you pick one big European member state, they're still small compared to the turnover in that country. So there is this element, I think, for me at the operational level of having to say again and again things that you would wish there were common ground in the discussions. So, but other than that, on the other part of the question, what happens in the corridors, that I will not tell you. And, the only thing I can say is that we keep doing our work, very little changes for us on the way we analyze the cases and on what we propose to the decision makers, which in our case is the College of Commissioners. Now, is there the College of Commissioners, are they mindful of the geopolitical situation where they take decisions? Yes, of course, that's what they have to do. But what I can say is that there is a big difference between saying, is this the right day for coming out with that decision because we have whatever happens, big things are happening in the world right now. And that is fully understood. I've been there for 25 years plus. It was happening on every type of decision, every type of case. You want to do some serious planning, you want to plan communication, you want to have an impact, you want to be able to explain things. But other than that, I think everyone at the European Commission, starting with President von der Leyen to our direct bosses, Vice President Ribeiro and Virkkunen, have always said there is no the implementation of European regulation is not up for discussion, and that is exactly how it is.
Mm-hmm. Thanks very much for that, Alberto. Maybe we can come on to the fines a bit later on, because I suppose the culture of competition enforcement is that we're used to fines having maybe a deterrence effect, whereas with the DMA it's a bit different because you're trying to, I suppose, incentivize compliance. And that's just a thought I'd like us to think about a bit later on in the discussion. But before we come to Natalie, I just wanted to follow up with you, Alberto, about this story that broke just before Easter, and that I imagine a few members of our audience may have questions on as well. A new transatlantic dialogue on enforcing the DSA and the DMA. What can you tell us about that, if anything at all? I mean, how will this thing work operationally? Is it actually new? And why is it even out there? Why is this thing happening?
Not a dialogue on enforcing the DMA and DMA, it's a dialogue on technology and technology policy. So that has been there for a long time. To be honest, I don't know how this one will pan out. It's very new. It's been, the level and the rules of engagement are being discussed. So they will be communicated. It's certainly not for me to do that. But it's not about discussing DMA and DSA. It's not about, DSA is not my real, but I see Rita nodding. It's not about talking about cases. It's not about talking about how we implement European regulation. Now, dialogues is great. It's good that we talk. We've been talking a lot with the US in the past. We had the Technology and Trade Council. We had the Technology and Competition Policy Dialogue ongoing. It's good because we are grappling with the same issues worldwide. So it's very good. If it's good to debunk certain misunderstandings, I mentioned some before, that's very good as well. It's also good to talk about very specific cases. We are very happy to do that when we run similar cases that the US agencies run or any other competition authority in the world. Is excellent to collaborate because, again, we have the same issues and we should be doing. We have a long history of collaboration in competition enforcement. We have an agreement with the US. That agreement doesn't cover the DMA, but it's always possible to establish a dialogue when we are talking about very similar action and very similar cases, and we look forward to doing more of that.
Great, thank you, Alberto. Natalie, coming to you. With the DMA particularly centralised at the EU level, what role is there now for national regulators? I mean, particularly, we've seen several instances where national enforcement agencies maybe have moved quicker on certain cases. There's a recent case that Rita, I think, referenced earlier by the Italian Competition Authority. It's a 102 case into Meta and WhatsApp and AI chatbots and things like that. So perhaps you can tell us a bit about the role you guys play now in helping deliver the objectives of the DMA and abuse of dominance cases in the digital sector more generally.
Yeah, thank you for that that question. I think there are basically three interesting dimensions that I can talk about here, and some of them might not seem obvious from the outside. So the first one is that as a national competition agency, we're very used to have maybe even more imminent dialogue with public space. We have less, we're smaller usually, we're smaller than the Commission, we're closer locally, we have less hierarchies or less layers. So I'm very used to talking to regional governments, mayors call me sometimes, they're furious about something. I'm being called into parliament, so I have a very vivid dialogue with parliamentarians. When I speak, I mean, companies have very often the opportunity to directly talk to me or ask me or engage with me. Also in media, I'm very often on national television. So as a national enforcer, and I think Martina experienced the same, we're very used to, and I wouldn't call it political pressure, I would call it dialogue. And I'm a lawyer, so whenever somebody addresses me and says, oh, I'm not happy with this, like I don't interpret it as political pressure. I'm always like, oh, thank you for your interest in my work. And then I explain.
Love the diplomacy, really.
I explain what we do, and but it's very important, and I'm very aware that, I mean, my allegiance is, of course, with the Austrian Constitution and with the mandate, the public mandate that has been given to me by the law and the public interests enshrined in there, and that's the way I do my job. And that being said, so sometimes at the national level, I think we're used to getting, anyways, in all types of cases, a lot of imminent political dialogue. On the other hand, also we have very strong legal guarantees for national competition authorities in the EU. So it's enshrined in national law, but we also have Directive 1/2019, which explicitly states that I should do my job completely independently of any external political interests. That's how it's written there. So very strong guarantee that is even maybe stronger in the Austrian system, because I act as a general prosecutor for antitrust. We have a purely prosecutorial model, and I bring cases before an independent court where there's no political possibility of any interference. So maybe Austria is the most extreme example, but as a competition authority, being that independent, I mean, we act within the European Competition Network as peers, and we're in this together with the European Commission. And this network, I think, creates a lot of shoulders that this enforcement is also built on. Of course, the European Commission is the sole enforcer, but I sit in the high-level group, I sit in the advisory committee, and I'm very independent, and I do this independently of any political external influence. And we also are able to do enforcement under 102, and I also enforce unfair trading acts at the national level. We're doing cases. We just successfully managed to agree on a deal with Temu, for example. So we do a lot, and we're in this together. So I think that this makes Europe strong and unique, is this European competition network we have. And that is very strong because we talk to each other, we also watch what we do, and we can learn from each other. And then the third aspect I want to talk about is that when it comes to transatlantic relations, I think it's great that, I mean, we have the European Commission, which is in charge of certain cases and certain types of enforcement, but we also have national competition authorities, and they have their own individual international relations also across the Atlantic. So, for example, I've been re-elected now as the chair of the OECD Working Group on Competition and Regulation, with the votes of the Americans, with the votes of Asia, of Latin America. You need unanimity to get elected into that role, and that is possible as the head of a national agency. So we have our own dialogue with other jurisdictions, and we can also explain and give background. And I think here national agencies can play also a huge role in these international relations, something that's maybe not seen so much from the outside.
So from your perspective, it's particularly within the context of the ECN, it's a case of strength in numbers. You're all able to shoulder some of that pressure, particularly of the big cases, because you're all working together to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think it ensures. I mean, we also have a sort of very sound competition level among ourselves. I mean, I watch what Andreas is doing, and Andreas is watching what I'm doing. And I remember we're talking a lot about gasoline prices. I remember him calling me saying, "You finished your sector inquiry within a few months. Thank you for that pressure." So
there's competition between competition authorities. Okay.
Among competition authorities, and if I would get a feeling that at the European level, we would leave the rule of law path that we have established for ourselves, then I would have a strong voice here, and I would raise my concerns. And that's not what I'm seeing. I think the Competition Network stands behind the Commission, and we're working towards enforcement. It's not always fast track, but it's rules-based, and that's important.
Great, thanks, Natalie. Corey, coming to you now. So this growing narrative that Europe's tech regulation is heavily politicized. Has it always actually been heavily politicized? And is it even a risk that it's politicized? I mean, or is this simply what meaningful accountability looks like when it has a real bite?
I mean, I don't think we do have meaningful accountability yet, despite some very honorable efforts by the people in this room. We're not there. You can tell by my accent, I'm coming from the United States. I have voted with my feet. I have chosen to make Europe and its rule-based economy and system home. So thank you very much for all that you do. But I will be giving an American perspective in some ways. Look, there's different ways in which you can talk about politicization. If we're asking ourselves the question, are there now undue and unseemly attempts by the Trump administration to meddle with Europe's enforcement? I think it's very obvious. This is a specialist audience. Most of you have read the national security strategy. You will have seen that the Trump administration is explicitly seeking to weaponize the platforms to push its own kind of foreign policy objectives, and is seeking to attack sometimes enforcers, in various ways that go beyond just Monsieur Breton and the DSA-5. But I would say, just zooming out for a moment and thinking about the geopolitics, the Trump administration is weaker than they sometimes appear on these issues. The MAGA coalition is divided at home on this. The big tech accountability issues that the citizens of Europe are frustrated with frustrate huge numbers of Americans as well. And so when you hear complaining from some parts of even the Trump administration, be aware that you're not talking about a monolith, even within the United States, and that there are people both within the administration and within the United States more broadly that would love to see stronger enforcement. That's either from the political class or even from the business classes. I mean, those of you who are more involved with DMA enforcement will be perfectly aware, for example, that there was a letter last year from none other than Y Combinator, not noted kind of woke lefties, the startup accelerator from the United States, saying both to the Trump administration and to the Europeans, we get it, Europe, a lot of rules, a lot of footnotes, but could you just lay off the DMA? Because actually, this is the one regulation that we think exists that gives our startup communities a chance to scale and to accelerate and to compete and to thrive. So is there an effort to interfere? Sure, you can see it. How credible is that effort? And do we need to roll over at the Commission level, do we need to delay as much as we sometimes are? I would argue with respect that we don't, because sometimes delay is so prejudicial to people like the business community over here that it has a substantive effect. So there's definitely that. Then I want to go back to the other part of your question, which you said, well, you know, you suggested before that maybe it was always a little bit political. And I think that everything that you said about independence is exactly correct, absolutely right. I do sometimes think that we have not always been well served in the competition community by maintaining an argument that what we are doing is in some ways at some remove from the political economy, because of course the decisions that you all make are in some ways the very most consequential for the political economy. So, and you know, we're going to have a discussion about breakups later, so I'll just use one example here. And I know all of you will be familiar with the case. But if you think about Google's acquisition of DoubleClick in 08-09, a merger that I think we have all later had cause to repent, that single competition decision created what I think is arguably the most integrated juggernaut of a tech monopoly that the world has seen, and it has had really serious effects on our media freedom, our media pluralism, and therefore, by extension, the health of our democracies. A Commission study says that since 08-09, when the DoubleClick acquisition went through, Europe has shed 30% of its media jobs. So there is a direct relationship between these sorts of decisions and actually the things that really matter to us more broadly at a kind of democratic level. So, yeah, and then I guess this isn't about competition, but just one kind of final point, because the child safety issue came up earlier. If you look at the polling about parents and kids and scams, I have to say, pretty strong sympathy with national elected officials who have a more regular, let's say, democratic touch point, looking to get caught trying. In other words, testing the limits of their authority, pushing through various forms of statutes, such as bans of social media for children, whatever we think about the promise and pitfalls of that as a policy solution, by the way. But nonetheless, engaging with the fact that overwhelming majorities of Europeans in every state support some much more stronger legislative measure to take this stuff out of, their kids' hands. Which I would say, by the way, is a response to monopoly power, right? Like if we don't have meaningful agency over what's happening on this device, then no wonder my fellow parents at the school gate don't want their kids to have one. And I witness, in back rooms, in conversations, a frustration and a conversation between, let's say, Commission officials or European officials who understandably say, well, isn't this covered by, isn't this our patch? Isn't this our turf? And people from one or another national authority or national kind of political body who say, well, sure, but I've got constituents who are demanding that we do something and do something faster, so, kind of try me. And I think that kind of politicization, which comes from a kind of democratic accountability, people are engaging with a genuine felt demand from the European populace to do more, to stand up to the harm done to our economy and society by these companies. I don't know if I think that's unremittingly negative, if I'm honest.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we've seen a number of social media bans being proposed over recent months, and
indeed,
I think one of the strongest leaders to come out in support of that was Spain's Pedro Sanchez, although it's also emerged from a number of other European nations. Do you see that as a viable alternative? I mean, we spoke a bit earlier perhaps about how national regulators and national states have a bit more flexibility than EU institutions in these types of decisions, because they don't risk perhaps inflaming tensions with the White House on a European level. So do you see these type of social media bans as being politically viable in Brussels, or is it something that is going to be, again, a patchwork of 27 different decisions across member states?
I'm really interested to see how Brussels is going to respond to this, because you're just going to see a wave of national, it's happening already. It will happen because, as I say, the political reward at national level is so strong. In terms of what I think about it as the wisdom of the policy solution, it depends on how you might structure what you would call a ban. There are versions that have been put forward here in Germany and some other places that have that sort of flip the incentives. So they talk a lot more about default settings, so let's say somebody mentioned recommender systems earlier today that would have addictive recommender systems off by default and so forth and so on. So I'd like to see something that looks a bit more like that, the smarter version of a ban. And, watch this space. At FOTI, we've got a paper coming out in a couple of weeks that talks about much more market-shaping solutions. I'd actually really like to see much more work done to prise open the kill zone that is the social media space at the moment. So, because God help us, social media could be sane and safe and useful and fun again if we did something like interoperability for social, which got lobbied out of the DMA the first time. So, you know, do I think that all of the knee-jerk responses coming out of the national legislatures at the moment are the smartest statutes that I've ever seen? No, maybe not. But they come from a really understandable democratic impulse, right? Which is we've got to do something now to protect our kids. And legislative processes are partly about learning, iterating, refining, and improving. And so what I'd like to see, I mean, you talked about competition authorities having kind of national dialogues. I'm hoping that the national agencies who are thinking of and designing these are talking to one another about what they learned from the Australian case, like what is the smartest version of these kinds of restrictions that will change the kind of market incentives and change the way that, by the way, not just my, you know, kid, but actually everybody else's, yours and, you know, my parents' experience on social media is like.
Great, thank you, Corey. Alberto, bringing you back for another question on the DMA here. Fairness and contestability, two words that became familiar to all of us working in the Brussels policy bubble. And we heard Rita's shopping list of some of the achievements of the DMA a bit earlier on. Is the DMA actually achieving and delivering on those two objectives, fairness and contestability? And what actually, many lawyers and economists the world over have a real problem with this word fair, because it's such a subjective determination, right? But in your opinion, how much further has Europe got to go to achieve those two things? I mean, is it going to be a continual process? You've got the DMA review being published at the beginning of May. How will you reflect on these achievements in that coming review? How does the picture look like from where we are now?
But I risk repeating what Rita said earlier. I think, you know, and I have a very biased view, as you can imagine. But I think we did achieve quite a lot. We have a long list of achievements, and Rita mentioned them. I don't need to repeat them. But we are also, I think we also need to be realistic. Have we done the job? Obviously not. Were we supposed to fulfill the full potential of the DMA and to complete the job in 2 years? I don't think that was also in the mind of the legislator. This is a regulation that is there until we do the next one, but the next one will be an improved version of this one. So it's not something for the short term, it's something for the long term. So to me, perhaps the correct question is that have we achieved sufficiently for what we should have done in the first 2 years? And I feel a bit ill at ease to give the answer myself because of the bias I was just mentioning. I really hear the voice of many developers who tell us it's not enough. The ones that to me, they strike more and I find more painful is when they say still we don't have the possibility to bring out the innovation idea we would like to have, still we fear retribution. We think that it's still too dangerous to step out of the line of what we are allowed to do. And that is certainly something we need to work more to achieve. The criticism that we didn't revolutionize the world, we didn't undo monopolistic positions or market power positions that were pre-existing, that I'm a bit less worried because I sincerely think it's not for the DMA to do that. It's not for the DMA to undo the histories, to try to open for the future. And in particular, if breaking up this big technological company was the aim, there should have been a completely different type of legislative instrument. I mean, in the DMA, the possibility for structural remedy comes after 8 years and 3 findings of non-compliance. So even if, we still have 6 years to go before we can start considering that. But the idea of the DMA is not to undo the past, whatever we think about the past, or undo the mistakes we have done or the under-regulation that took place, but it's really to try to tweak the system and to open for the future. We have promising signs. We have companies that tell us, now I can do things I couldn't do before. I think very few or nobody is telling us, you've completed your job. Most people tell us you have to do a lot more, and I agree with that. And I think that also is the motivation for us to continue.
Yeah, so perhaps we can come back to the fines very quickly. You've had 2 fines under the DMA, one 500 against Apple, one 200 against Meta, if I'm not mistaken, just off the top of my head. And you just referenced structural remedies there being really a last resort as part of the DMA. Yes, it's in the text. I mean, it's also in traditional competition law, but it's very much a last resort that takes time. What is the incentive to comply in that case? I mean, these fines are relatively, for us, they're a lot of money, but for some of these companies, does this actually compel compliance? How do you get these guys to sit around the table and get as excited about complying with the DMA as many people in this room are and maybe the Commission is as well?
It's a very hard job. I don't think it's the fine that will define whether they want to comply or not. It's the seriousness and the constance in the effort. It's also very, very important, and sometimes perhaps we don't underline it enough, it's very, very important what the public opinion gives, because these are also companies that care a lot about their reputation. And I think rightly so to a large extent, they also think they brought innovative services, they brought a lot of things also to European users, and they want to have a relationship with European users and with European businesses. But of course, they want to do the interest of their shareholders. That's the normal goal of every company. So to me, it's very important that we have the possibility to give fines, but it's not really the means we want to use or our primary means to achieve our goals. Just to make a little example, specification proceedings, somebody mentioned earlier, we should do more. In specification proceeding, by design, there is no fines. There is no finding of non-compliance. Now, when we say, okay, there is something we need to redress here, it's not that we can choose, but imagine we could choose going for non-compliance and imposing a fine, but then it's the gatekeeper that has to come up with a solution. Then we start discussing what the solution could look like, or we go for specification proceedings, no fine, no, we don't take issue with the past, we just say what you have to do with the future. You could see there are pros and cons on both. And actually, when we decide between one or the other is on the specific of the case. Is it a case that lends itself for a very technical type of dialogue or specification? Then it's a very good idea. Is it a case where we have a problem actually with the reading of the DMA, how we interpret the law with something very basic? Then it's not about specifying and so on. So, but even the DMA gives us these instruments that are very powerful and that are not about fining. And fine themselves, very good that they're there. We need to use them. We shouldn't shy away from using them. But I think it would be a bit illusory to think is the fine that is going to solve the problem, is the fine that is going to change the incentives, because it's a one-off cost.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Alberto. Corey, I wanted to bring you in there, perhaps on the back of some of Alberto's comments there, particularly on the fact that actually the drivers of change could be European citizens and consumers themselves and what they want, the type of digital economy they want to navigate on a daily basis, the type of things they want to see when they open their phone up first thing in the morning, etc. How does the butcher from Bavaria and the milkman from Marseille feel about these types of things and feel about navigating the digital economy? And could they actually be some of the drivers of this change that this law attempts to achieve?
It would be fair to say some translation work would be required, wouldn't it? But I think, this goes back to the first conversation we had about, politicization or whatever. The thing I want to honor and respect from the enforcement cadre here is that there is triage and prioritization that is absolutely essential, because you've got, 80 people dealing with the health of the digital economy for 450 million citizens and the biggest companies and richest companies this world has ever seen. So, you've got to prioritize. You've absolutely, I mean, I was thinking when you were talking about the fines, I thought, well, it's clear, and we all know it's not going to make a hill of beans difference to the conduct of the firms, but if it subsidizes and lets you triple your staff, then I feel a bit better about it, frankly. And I'm not going to say who this was. I was in a conversation with some national contact points who were doing some. No, I can't. It violates the rule. But it was an enforcer who was on a call with a tech giant, and there were 3 officials who were responsible for this kind of enforcement investigation case. And they said they logged onto the call with Meta for 89 lawyers to join the Zoom. They said, we thought it was a virus, because there were just so many of them. So, I do have real compassion and empathy for people who are trying to do triage. And to go back to your question about citizens, if we need to go to the mat to defend this regulation from being washed away on political pressure, then citizens need to know what it's for. And they need to understand how it's going to make a difference to their prosperity, to their security, to their sovereignty, and to their family safety. And so somebody, it may not be your job, but it's got to be somebody's job at commission level or at national level to do that translational work. And I think that's done both as a matter of a public communications exercise and also through smart case selection. Explaining to people exactly how this is going to make a difference to them. Because, God love them, a choice screen is not going to set most hearts aflame. But what happens, but things like child safety or, like a homegrown business being able to thrive and compete, those make difference. Those do make a difference.
It's really interesting. Thanks, Corey, for that. Natalie, coming back to you, and I suppose 2 words that we've heard a lot of today in earlier panels and in keynotes are patience and speed. And, these are quite slippery words. Maybe they contrast a bit. We've had a few messages of perhaps we should be a bit more patient for the DMA and the DSA to deliver on their objectives and to fulfill what they require. But of course, we've also spoken a lot about speed and the need to intervene more quickly. How should regulators draw this balance between waiting for the law to have the best possible effect it can have, and particularly with regards to the DMA, achieving fairness and contestability and all of these buzzwords that we heard for many years in Brussels and beyond, and intervening in things quickly, even in light of, some of the geopolitical tensions emanating from the White House. How do you draw that balance? And would you support the idea of more interim measures being used, faster casework, etc.? Where do you stand on these things?
Maybe just one comment to add on what Alberto said regarding the fines, because we just closed a huge bid rigging case in the construction sector in Austria, and the fines amount roughly to 300 million euros. And I was asked on television, like, do you think there is a deterrent effect? This is for them, it's just peanuts and blah, blah, blah. And what do you say? Although those are very high fines, if you look at the Austrian statistics. And for a construction cartel, it's really hard to say because it might take another 10 or 15 years until we get the next evidence or the next whistleblower or the next leniency applicant, and then we find out if those fines were deterrent for those companies. But when you look at the DMA, the good thing is you will get very immediate feedback if the fines are deterrent, because you'll get new complaints really quickly, or you'll see if things change on the market. So I think it's much easier to assess whether the fines are deterrent or reach their effect than for other types of cases that we do at the national level. So I think future will show rather quickly, and that will be a good indicator for the European Commission. On speed, of course, we always try to be very quick when it comes to enforcement, and I think the Commission is totally aware that's the expectation for the DMA, but we also have to make sure that the decisions hold up in court, because otherwise we lose the credibility of enforcement within the EU. So I think it's a balancing act between taking certain risks, because we have a clear mission, But then also, I mean, there needs to be a good chance that we win those cases in court. Otherwise, this will turn around and come back into our faces again. So I think it's a case-by-case decision. But then again, I think there are also some gaps that national competition authorities can fill. Like when you look at mergers, for example, we have referred a lot of cases to the European Commission that the European Commission wouldn't have been able to look at, and we continue to do that. We have other laws like unfair trading laws, etc., where we support the work that is being done under the DSA. We have other tools available. So I think that we have an opportunity to maybe speed up in terms of achieving the mission we have and the goals we have, also from the national level, and where we I think also have an important role is in advocacy and explaining exactly what you said, like explaining to consumers why this is important, what opportunities there are, especially also for SMEs. That's an area where I think we're not doing a great job yet. When I talk to SMEs in Austria, I often feel they don't fully grasp yet the opportunities under the DMA. We did a great conference a few years ago with also my Dutch colleagues in the Netherlands together, and I think we need to reinforce those efforts because I often see that as national agencies we have better, it's easier for us to refer the message at the national level to our politicians, but also to citizens. Our voices are more heard, and I think here also within the ECN and also with the European Commission, I think we can still become better in aligning our communication and communicating in a way that really gets through to our citizens.
Great, thanks very much, Natalie. We're rapidly running out of time, actually. Time has flown by. I'd like to open up the floor for a few questions now.
One question, please.
One question. One question. So the most enthusiastic, maybe two, at a stretch. Okay. So if you could raise your hand, let us know who you are, who your question is to, and what your question is. We have a first one over here, this gentleman. Could you speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Yes. Andreas Rieken, ITSMF Germany. I like to address a question to Natalie Haasdorff concerning competition authority and efficiency checks. What is the methodology you apply for checking the effectiveness of the DMA? Do you execute or offer or develop trainings? Do you execute certifications? How do you try to push the DMA into service? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Very important indeed. So I think that the best check for me is the number of complaints we get from businesses, but also from consumers. And then we pass them on to the European Commission and we see what happens. I mean, we very much closely follow what happens with those complaints. And then we get feedback again from businesses. So I think in that sense, we're like a mediator, a communicator between what happens on the ground and what is being done in Brussels. So that gives me a good sense of what is going on, and that the dialogue is really open. I mean, we have this open door policy, and businesses are very blunt with me, so they don't portray things as being beautiful if they're not working. So I think we get very immediate feedback from citizens, from consumers, but also from businesses. I mean, on the long-term effects, I think the European Commission is doing exactly that in the review. And maybe you wanna address that. We, of course, also part of the review. Yeah.
Yeah, Alberto, do you want to?
Yeah, super quickly, it depends a lot on what type of provision we are talking about. A couple of examples, choice screens We had alternative browsers and search engines indicating, but DuckDuckGo said that their penetration doubled in France and Germany, more or less. A smaller one that they trebled their presence. So these are factual elements. Data portability, we have more than 40 companies that take advantage of data portability. So these we can quantify like this. App Store Rita mentioned there are 4 now on the iOS. Is it enough? Is it not enough? Probably it's not enough. So there we need to do a bit better. But some things you can quantify. How many people that now can choose whether their personal data is used across, for example, from YouTube to Google Ads? A lot. We cannot disclose. It would be great if Google gave the figure. They could, but they don't. But it's well into the double-digit figures, quite high. So that's also a good indication. So for every obligation, we need to see really what the concrete impact on the ground is. Some things are very difficult to measure. Innovation. If the next, fantastic service that comes up and that takes over and that actually manages to challenge the entrenched position of the gatekeepers today, of course, 99% of the merit will go to the people who actually had the idea and they developed it. But that would be a great thing also for us to say, yes, we gave this opportunity of making this sector contestable.
Thank you. Really interesting question. How do you measure innovation? Perhaps the subject of a panel next year, Pencho. Any more questions? I just want to get one in very, very quickly. We have one over here.
Thank you. Like I said before, I was with Zalando. I'm now interested citizen. You mentioned before that the DMA's purpose is not to correct the mistakes of the past, but rather help us in the future. I was thinking, as you said this, that while there was the ongoing dialogue with Google on Google Shopping, and everybody had opinions on how it should look, Google launched AI Overview, kind of making this whole discussion already starting to become obsolete or at least less relevant. So I'm wondering, do you think the DMA is flexible enough to be future-proof? And very quick side question also to Natalie, do you think maybe the national authorities can kind of add a little bit flexibility? I don't know the Austrian competition law, but I know the German one is wider in scope, both with like the companies, but also the behaviors. Thank you.
Future-proofness of the DMA, very quickly. I'm a firm believer that the DMA is not the only instrument to tackle this issue. It's an addition to a toolbox that still has other competition instruments at the forefront. The nature of the DMA is to have a closed list of core platform services and of obligations. That creates, obviously, some inflexibility, but it also creates a lot of transparency and clarity. So but also the DMA in its structure is not undergoing all the assessment and study of the market that traditional antitrust does. We have no market definition, we have no establishment of dominance, we don't talk about efficiencies. So I believe there are some phenomena, probably new ones, and where we still don't really know which way we should go, where it's better that regulation waits a moment instead of taking sometimes very risky decision, very risky position. Now, this is in general. Now, AI overviews or the implementation of artificial intelligence in the digital sector, can the DMA contribute to that? Then the answer is clearly yes. The examples are the two specification investigation we are running. One is about sharing Google search data with alternative search engines, which we believe include also AI chatbots, and that is crucial for alternative also AI providers to be able to ground their results and to provide better services to the users. And the other is about interoperability of Android with other AI services that are not Gemini. Basically, they are on the same footing on Gemini on mobile Android devices. So this is ways where the DMA very concretely can help also, creating the condition of fairness and contestability with respect to AI. Then, super quickly on national competition authorities, I would also like to say that we are receiving a lot of help from national competition authorities. The DMA has a part that is specifically dedicated to the relationship, and that is national competition authorities. Actually, they gather information, they pass it on to us, but not only. We also have colleagues from the National Competition Authority that work with us. Our cloud investigation is being run together with ACM, and we have colleagues embedded in the case team actually to run that investigation. So it is already working.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's interesting to see that there's a trend, I would say, at the national level to close maybe some gaps that we still have with the DMA. I mean, taking a step back, at some point there was a discussion of introducing a new competition tool at the European level, a wider one. That didn't happen, but now we see it happening at the national level. A few countries adopted one. Where my government has decided to strengthen our power, so we're in a process at the moment of negotiating exactly in which areas we're strengthened. One of them is introducing also a wider new competition tool as part of our power, so that we could go to the court and ask for measures. I think that's what's happening in many jurisdictions. That could open up the debate again at the European level, by the way. But I think that's a strength of the European enforcement landscape, that sometimes one country goes beyond what we have in other jurisdictions or at the European level, and then you can see, is it useful? Are they successful? And that can be a role model for the other jurisdictions.
Great, thank you very much. I can detect the smell of coffee actually wafting through the doors, and I think it's about time we took a bit of a break, but thank you very much indeed to all of our panelists. Thank you to you all for your questions and engagement. We'll close there and I'll hand over to Pencho.
You thought you just heard from me, but now you've got to deal with me again. Now I have the honor to moderate this panel about structural separations, something that we've heard a little bit of talk about earlier today. It is my great honor to introduce this illustrious panel. You have to my right here, Messieurs Damien Girardin, stalwart of the European Antitrust Bar from Girardin Partners. Then you've got Wolfgang, I'm going to get your surname wrong, is it Oz? From Ecosia, he told us we could pronounce Ecosia however we liked, so long as you use it. So a competitor search engine to Google. And Professor Jens Uwe Frank of the University of Mannheim. So as I said, we're here to talk about breaking up and whether it is or isn't so hard to do. All of you will know from your experience, either as academics, competitors, or litigators, that we have spent some years, let's say, fiddling with the knobs, refining various kinds of conduct and behavioral remedies in digital markets, as well as issuing the odd fine. But we all know that concentration in these markets has proven pretty persistent and seems to get more and more and more rather than less and less and less. So I think the question we're going to kick the ball around about for the next hour or so is basically when we need to move from conduct remedies to structure, to structural remedies. And if the structure itself is the problem, what we really ought to do about it. So I'm going to start with a very simple question for all of you. Would you say that there is a digital market today somewhere where a breakup is ultimately going to be necessary to restore competition? We'll start with Damien. We'll just go right down the line.
Yes, well, see how this works. No.
I can hand you mine.
Yeah, I'll take yours. I think, yes, there's a perfect example, and I think it's been mentioned earlier today. It's the ad tech market, where the Commission has run a long investigation, adopted an infringement decision last year. And if you look at the decision, the Commission is very much of the view that the way to address the self-preferencing concerns is to invite, or do a little bit more than inviting, actually, Google to divest some elements of the stack. So that's a very good example, because there, given the opacity of the sector and the tools, And given the fact that Google is completely vertically integrated, and given the fact that the infringements relate to Google taking advantage of that vertical integration, I think the only way forward is to adopt structural remedies. Now, as was also mentioned or alluded to, going for structural remedies takes a little bit of courage. So I think what the Commission is doing is probably to wait and see what the court in Eastern Virginia will do, because as you know, we're waiting for the remedy judgment. If the judgment goes for structural remedies, I'm pretty certain that the Commission will do the same. If not, that will be interesting, because then the Commission will have to take the decision on its own to go for structural remedies, which I believe they should do, but whether they will do it is another question.
Great. Wolfgang, search. Anything else? What do you reckon? Obviously, Judge Mehta in the U.S. declined to do this in the search monopoly case.
Yeah. So I think there is so much at stake. Yeah? It's not only hundreds of billions of euros every year leaving the European Union. It's also our very freedom and democracy that is at stake. Yeah? So we need to be successful, and we need to be quick at that. And yeah, Rita was so kind to list all this impressive number of actions and things that you are doing. It's really impressive. And then I look at the Google market share, yeah, in several search or browser or whatever it is, and it just doesn't move. Yeah, so I think we need to do something very different, because it's not an intellectual exercise. It is really about everything.
How about you, Jensova?
So I guess I'm not in a position to put my finger on a specific case and say we definitely need a breakup there. So basically, I would argue it's a question of we need to improve the institutional design so that authorities need to be a bit less courageous, perhaps, to use it. But if I may comment on what Damien said, obviously the EdTech case is intriguing, right? Because there you have like an entrenched marketing position. You have like all the incentives in the world to use it in a way that is not consumer welfare enhancing also, I mean, in a way. Plus, you have a lot of behavior possible there that's pretty much intransparent also to other market participants, which is a bit unusual if you compare it with like the ordinary 1 or 2 cases we had like for long. Having said, of course, you see also in that example, at the end of the day, if you could describe that scenario, it's not so easy to assess that what the ultimate effects are, because, I mean, also in this scenario, we can assume we will lose efficiencies, right? I mean, so all this vertical integration you described certainly also creates certain efficiencies, solving double marginalization problems that are in that market. And so you can never know for sure exactly. I'm saying that I'm not on the payroll of any big tech firm. So at the same time, this is a case certainly at tech where you can see it's a scenario very intriguing to say you put your finger there, but even then it's not a clear-cut case. As an outsider, I'm saying that.
I want to let people respond. I mean, I can see you shaking your head about this question of efficiencies. I mean, there's obviously, I mean, anybody who's dealt with the digital advertising stack knows there's a certain amount of confusion, fraud, loss, and wastage. But anyway, I don't know, is there anything you'd want to pick up on that point?
Yeah, I mean, if this is not a clear-cut case, then I don't know what's a clear-cut case. And the efficiencies are based on the principle that heads I win, tail you lose, basically, which means that Google is always winning. I don't know what the efficiencies are. They're, you know, as a result of their behavior, fees are through the roof, which means that publishers get only a fraction of what they should receive for the value of their inventory. There's a misallocation of, you know, ads, basically, where sometimes the advertiser that is willing to pay the most to get a piece of inventory doesn't get it simply because Google will self-preference, its own SSP. So I don't, it's really a case where there's literally zero efficiencies and many inefficiencies. But look, we're not going to relitigate the case as there is a very clear infringement decision. And for once, I think the Commission is very clear that, and I think the words of the Commissioner is that she doesn't see how to solve this without some form of structural remedies. What is not clear yet is what they should be exactly, and there will be further discussion about this.
And for those of you who are not just deeply versed in this case or in advertising technology, my favorite quote from the case that the Justice Department used to open the US one was from a Google executive themselves, which they said that Google's position in the ad tech stack was as if Goldman Sachs or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange. So the basic argument for the structural separation is that they are judge, jury, and executioner, as we say in Texas, and therefore that have a conflict of interest that can't be resolved by asking them to go forth and sort of sin no more. But zooming out from, zooming out from ad tech in general, Jens Uwe, how do we know, there are obviously, you're asking this question about whether, when and whether it's appropriate to go structural, but, we've tried behavioral remedies a lot in digital markets. Is there, without talking about any particular case, is there a moment at which you think a point crosses over that, that actually the problem is clearly not from somebody behaving badly, but from actually just a hopelessly conflicted position in a market itself?
If we want to see the general picture, I guess it's fair to take a step back and say, if you're talking about antitrust enforcement, antitrust as such, not yet speaking about specific remedies, is meant to be an instrument to tackle specific pieces of conduct of firms, as opposed to, let's say, you have a network regulator that can engage in price regulating, right? So by definition, there are limitations what antitrust can reach. So for instance, if you have a market structure scenario where tacit collusion is easy, you can at best, at the margin, change some things with like normal antitrust investigation, but you cannot go to the core of the problem. And in fact, is that where we are in digital in general? I suppose it's fair to say, no, that's not where we are. So we have seen, let's say, 10 years of enforcement against in the Google Shopping case, and there we had antitrust, and even implicitly, antitrust could not deliver a clear-cut rule saying that a market-dominant platform must not engage in self-preferencing, right? So now we have the DMA, it's a clear step further, we have a clear-cut rule to that effect. So, and I guess in 2020, 2022, it was like a fair working hypothesis from a competition policy point of view, let's try something like the DMA. And there's a lot of, things that need to be done about the DMA. And of course, lies in the eye of the beholder how much has been reached and how much can be reached. But for sure, I would agree, there will remain like a certain, spectrum of cases, which I would describe, as said before. You have like entrenched market positions plus super strong incentives to engage in leveraging that position. So what we described as digital ecosystem theories of harm, and where I guess the DMA, even if fully fledged, will reach its limitations. And the question is then, of course, okay, DMA is not sufficient, even if you have, delegated acts, adding other obligations and so on. What can we do? And then, of course, structural remedies would be the answer. And then the question, of course, is like, what should be institutional design? Should there be something else in the DMA, something new, what we don't have in the DMA? Should we have then additional 102 and enforcement and so on? But clearly, I would agree. There's will be a certain subset of competition problems that cannot be resolved by whatever type of conduct-related enforcement measures.
Wolfgang, I'd love a dose of market realism from you. There have been various, remedies supposedly proposed against Google over many years under different theories of harm. Would you say that any of the remedies imposed on Google have materially improved your company's ability to compete?
So Ecosia has been growing considerably for our perspective in the last years, and I'm grateful for that. Actually, without the European Commission and without the Bundeskartellamt, we wouldn't even be here anymore. We would have been tossed out by one of those big companies, and so we wouldn't exist anymore. So I'm very grateful to regulators. We owe our existence to them.
I hope you all heard that.
But and if we grow, that's a tiny small company growing. If I take a step back and look at the big picture, the market share of the dominant players hasn't changed. Perhaps if I may add one point, referring to what Martin said before. He said, okay, if I'm pragmatic, I don't see breakup. It will just not happen. And let's look for the second best solution. And what I wish for, the second best solution is public procurement. And without big public procurement rules and processes and discussions in parliaments, why don't political leaders, why don't they take up their phone, call 25 of their friends and political partners and just make things change across Europe?
I think Martin and I actually had a debate. I had a debate about that last year about exactly these issues. And actually, the Dutch authorities have done quite a lot of important work trying to start to vote with their feet and vote with the public purse and start to buy European, which I agree would be better. A little bit more of that would be better. I mean, Damien, you've been in and out of these cases for a very, very long time. Why do you think we have had so little? I mean, he talks, the market share isn't shifting. Why, despite so many long cases, do we see such little shift in the market structure?
I mean, every case is different. I think the Commission has been, and national competition authorities generally have been good at, laying out principles and creating precedents. So, for example, self-preferencing is a theory of harm that you can see widely applied across the globe, which is, I think, definitely a positive, because a lot of what they're doing relates to self-preferencing. But the remedies have always been disappointing. And if you look historically at the remedies in the Microsoft cases, they haven't really changed much. Google Shopping didn't move the needle, Google Android didn't move the needle, and so on. And I think there are several reasons for that. The first one is that very often intervention comes too late. And that's one of the criticism that was made against competition law, is that, if you've got a decision after 6 or 7 years, the market has tipped. And when it has tipped, you can do whatever you want. It's difficult to return to a competitive market structure, right? So time is usually on the side of the incumbent. The second thing is that there is a bias in EU competition law. If you look at the relevant provision in Regulation 1/2003 in favor of behavioral remedies. So structural remedies are the exception. They can only be used if it is absolutely clear there's no adequate behavioral remedy. And therefore, there's a temptation to stick to behavioral remedies, and they're very difficult to build, and they're very difficult to monitor. And very often, once they've been adopted, the temptation of regulators is just not to look too much into whether they're working or not. And the second factor. The third factor is that remedies have not been really restorative. So there's a debate among scholars as to whether the remedies should basically force the incumbent company, which has been found in breach, to basically stop doing what they've been doing, or restore competition through more drastic intervention, which is not necessarily a structural remedy, right? So that basically the market would be in the same position as if the abuse had not taken place. Personally, I'm very much in favor of restorative remedies, because otherwise it's too easy, right? You infringe the market tips, then you pay 3 billion in fines, and then nothing happens. You stick to your market share. So I think there is something to say about, you know, about restorative remedies, and you can be quite creative as to what they should be. But unfortunately, we're not seeing much of that. And then the final point is that you're facing formidable companies, right? Absolutely formidable companies, because they have endless resources. You know, remember, 20 years ago, when a company was fined 200 million, it was big drama. I mean, you know, employees were fired, the CEO was fired, you know, it was material. Here you're talking about companies for which it doesn't matter. Literally, it doesn't matter. And the problem, I mean, you know, I'm a very big fan of the DMA. I wrote extensively about the need for the DMA. I've been supporting the DMA. I've been incentivizing clients to go to the Commission. But more lately, recently, I've become a little bit disillusioned, and I'm sorry to say that in front of the Commission representatives, because we're seeing the problems that were observed in competition law, again with the DMA, which is that, you know, it was presented as quick. It is not quick. You know, now in some investigation, we're past 1 year, but also 2 years. And it's not really their fault. I think there's a massive design flaw in the DMA, which is that the competition authorities cannot enforce it, right? I think it's a massive mistake. It doesn't come from the Commission. I was told in a conversation, apparently it's the Parliament that was concerned about that, because if you look at competition law, a lot of dynamism is introduced in enforcement by the national competition authorities, which have a lot of resources. So that's a design flaw that needs to be remedied as quickly as possible, or we need to find solutions that give national competition authorities a greater ability to co-investigate with the Commission, not only to collect complaints, you know, let's be serious, but to do the case all along, except perhaps a decision point. I think that is possible, but it's another subject of discussion. And then, for those that are familiar with the tech literature, there is an entitification of the proceedings, because for one guy like me, you've got 100 at big law firms whose only objective is not to defend their case. They're not defending their cases. They're obfuscating their case. And it's true, DMA, competition law, you know, you want to have a publication of the decision. It's going to take 6 months to agree over reductions. I mean, complete nonsense. I do a lot of litigations, the same. Every procedural trick, even massive losers. I mean, when you look at the objection, you smile, you think, oh, Jesus, you know, I would be so embarrassed as a lawyer to make these arguments, but it doesn't matter. They're trying to dry your funds. They're trying to slow it down. And so, unfortunately, with these companies, I'm afraid you have to be drastic. By the way, and finally, I'm sorry to sort of go a little bit, you know, outside the question. The result of that is that a lot of companies that invested massively in terms of having the DMA adopted and contributing to the first investigations are really tired. You know, they're not investing anymore in cases. Some of them, you know, we had a budget of 100, it's gone to 0, basically, because they're saying, sorry, but, you know, it's very hard to go to my general counsel asking for more money, because, unfortunately, you know, you said it would be different, but it's not really different. One thing the Commission could do, I'm surprised it's not been used before, is daily penalty payments. And I remember that because previously in my career, I used to work for the dark side. I advised Microsoft for a long time. And periodic penalty payments are quite drastic because, you know, having to pay 200 million is nothing. But like 10 million a day, I think then it's very hard for a CEO to just, you know, ignore this. 10 million a day, 300 million a month, 4 billion a year, it's open-ended, and that can change things. And the Commission can do that, by the way. Sorry for speaking too long.
That's okay. We're running. I'm conscious. I want to keep us to Pencha's schedule here. Maybe let's just run through here. If you Wolfgang, if you had a kind of a final ask, right, from from your enforcers about the structure of the market, you only get one thing. What would you most like to see at this point? It doesn't have to be a breakup. I'm cheating, even though that's what the panel's about. What would make the most difference for you guys right now?
I would talk about the pragmatic lines of Martin. Yeah, I'd love the breakup. I think we need it. But if I don't get it, I would like to have the public sector at least, and that's 5 to 10% of an economy's revenue, basically. Yeah, and that market change, so that would basically double the market change of non-gatekeepers within a couple of days, actually.
I like it. Okay, Jens-Uwe. If it's not what competition law is for, then what are we going to do about these guys?
So I mean, a brief comment on what I said before on the restorative remedies. That's of course like a nice, and I'm personally also like in favor of reading Article 7, and we have like more or less equivalent provisions under each national law in the way that these are possible. On the other side, I can also understand why competition authorities are reluctant to go down this road, because they would then, if it comes to court, they would need to prove what is indeed first the but-for scenario, and second, is that what they then impose really necessary and proportionate to reach that but-for scenario. So usually they are, not risk-taking, and I can understand why they have issues with that and reluctant to go down this road. So when it comes to be more effective in terms of enforcement of the DMA, as an outsider, as I said, it's not so easy to say why certain, obvious infringements are not tackled by the Commission. So, for instance, I done some research about how the provision of self-preferencing by Google Search was implemented in regard to how they display hotel search results. And you can see when they, changed the display after implementing the DMA, it seems they're experimenting a bit, saying on the one hand, they're like elements that are clearly legal. There are some elements, I would say, they're clearly illegal, some a bit like in the gray area. So they are really testing the Commission here. And now we have it for, I don't know, more than a year, 18 months or so. This is to a large part, I think it's clearly illegal, but we haven't seen obviously the Commission is doing something about it. They have the ongoing regulatory dialogue, but I guess I would have also liked to see more harder enforcement measures in that regard. Just one example, against Google. If you think about, for instance, would that be a case where structural remedies could change something? Or also other cases where we have investigations like Booking.com or Amazon Marketplace, you would think it's really unclear whether structural remedies could, it's not clear to me at least, I would say, whether these would be appropriate cases, solve the issues that are at the heart of that specific position Google has there. But people from the industry, I guess, can comment better on that.
I can see somebody want to come in there, and there's time also. I don't know if Pencha is going to make me not let me ask people a question. Go, Wolfgang.
Very quick. Yeah, so there is something very pragmatic that I would like to ask as the Commission is in here. Yeah, it is written in the DMA. The DMA clearly says easy switching. There must be easy switching of default settings. It's not easy. And it hasn't changed in the last years. I've said this many times. So if anyone here is able to set Ecosia as a default on Microsoft Windows, I invite you for dinner. I've said that many times and I'm still hungry. Yeah. So can we please have, we lose 3/4 of the people on our ads who say, I want Ecosia as default. We lose 3/4 of them because it's difficult.
The Ecosia default dinner challenge. Now, all right. Now, who has any? Pencha's going to kill me. Who has a question? Final question. A couple. Anybody?
Maybe I can say something if there's no question. I mean, I think that the debate structural remedies versus behavioral remedies is an important debate, but I don't think that. It's necessarily the most important one. I mean, I tend to believe these days that, of course, there are certain cases like the AdTech case where it's fairly obvious that you need to break it somewhere. But in many other cases, I think it must be a combination of different remedies. And so sometimes by saying, oh, we need to go for structural or break it up, I don't think we advance the conversation necessarily. Now, of course, and what I should say is that I think that your proposal that public authorities start looking at alternatives is a good one, and I think this is happening. I think there's a public authority in Germany that is switching from Microsoft to something else. I read it recently in the press, and that's definitely one avenue. Also, I'm actually quite optimistic in the future, because if you look at AI, it also enables people to, create things much faster. I mean, you can create almost a business model in 2 days of dialogue with Claude, basically, and then you can get your website built very quickly. You can do they can do the coding for you, and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of ideas in the European Union. Myself, I'm funding a few startups as a sort of side project. And with all this dynamism and the new tools and the wider access to the tools, I think also Europeans, instead of feeling victims of these companies' practices, should be quite forceful in pushing, local initiatives.
There we go. Maybe we can vibe code our way to a better world if we don't get breakups. All right. Any final? No, I don't say that. Pencha, we're running over in any event, aren't we? All right. Without further ado, may I ask you to thank?
Unless you have some extra
valedictory thoughts. Jens Uwe's got one.
Am I allowed to comment? I mean, so I guess what definitely would be helpful, but obviously would not change the game as such. But if we indeed would reduce. Have a better institutional design for this kind of structural remedies. So changing Article 7, as was said before, so subsidiarity should go away. It should be clear that if it's necessary to effectively terminate an infringement, a structural remedy should be available. Plus, we have a problem, I think, to a certain extent, with the design, so that the Commission or any other competition authority in Europe, apart, I guess, from Austria, so they come up with like a decision, including remedy, and then this gets attacked before court. So I think in that specific situation would be better to have also an option where like you could have like an infringement decision and then like a independent procedural phase where you could discuss remedies and where the Commission would not risk in such a way, or any other competition authority, to get the whole decision later quashed. So I guess in that sense also the American system works a bit better, right? So you apply for like a certain remedy, and you say, okay, at best would really be a breakup, and then judge can decide yes or no, but then you do not lose the whole case. Yeah. So in terms of like how the incentives work for a competition authority in that specific situation when it comes to breakups, that would be like, I think the design in that situation is better in the US or perhaps also in Austria. And then the last point, I mean, I was clearly in favor of having such an instrument in the DMA saying the Commission could have a market investigation, and under certain circumstances, there should be like general criteria here. and then some indicative additional criteria, they can directly impose also structural remedies. I mean, if you just having that instrument available would, of course, like improve the position of the Commission in these kind of scenarios. And I do not think it would be like inappropriate or, you know, just have that instrument. And now really this 8 years, 3 infringement doesn't really put pressure on the firms, I suppose.
Martijn had his hand up.
Yeah, I was
leaning forward. Come on.
Dying to make a comment. Though I just do not want the audience to walk away out of the room thinking, oh, it's legally too complicated, or the regulators are cowards, or any other reason. We're not. And the reason, and it's also not the legal issue or the burden of proof, or there's always room for improvement, but that's not the issue. I think what we're dealing here with is a geopolitical issue. And that is why it is making so hard to impose structural remedies to companies that are not located here. I agree with Damien is that if the judge in Virginia, requires divestment, it will be a much easier case to do the same in Europe. The reverse, well, we'll see what will happen. But think about it. And also, I have also strangely enough, some sympathy to this geopolitical issue. Because we have in Europe a few pretty strong companies, and also some companies that are pretty crucial in the IT stack. One of them happens to be located in the Netherlands, with strong links also in Germany and in France, ASML. And if the American government would bring a case to court and say, well, ASML is pretty vertically integrated. It should be disentangled and separately listed. And also we want a separate listing of some of ASML's subsidiaries in the US. I mean, we would be all up in arms.
Or let's say TikTok.
Or that's... So we simply, there is this sort of sense that, that we have these companies that we feel are European companies. The US has the same with their companies. And it's a way, that's just how the reality is. And that makes it incredibly difficult for any European institution to impose a serious structural remedy on a US-based company or a Chinese company.
I would love to have a longer conversation about this over beer or dinner at some point. But I mean, it was a glib response, but obviously, and we didn't get to a great outcome with TikTok. But I mean, it did show at least that where there is bizarre and bad political will, there is nonetheless a way to hive off some part of the geopolitical market and change the ownership structure. People can do it. Whether it's desirable, I think, you might want to talk about on a case-by-case basis, but anyhow. Now, ASML, right? Is it our soft underbelly, or is it our Straits of Hormuz? Discuss. All right. All right. Shall we stop here? I think we should.
Very brief.
Go.
It's all true what you're saying, but still, we haven't had a single structural remedy by the Commission in all the time under Article 7. So there must be something about structural remedies, which has not just to do with geopolitics. And second, think about merger cases. Of course, the political price has to be paid, but we had mergers, US mergers, blocked by the Commission. So, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't a political price, there is a price, but there is something more about structural remedies that needs to be discussed.
We're late. Pencho, why are you letting us do this? All right.
Because I'm enjoying the discussion.
All right. Let's thank these people. Thank you all for participating.
Okay, thank you so much for bearing with us and sticking around despite the high density of very valuable input. We're trying to do you justice with the upcoming session. My name is Lena Maria Büsselt. I'm a senior policy researcher at the Berlin-based tech policy think tank Interface, and we're diving a little bit into something that has already been alluded to and mentioned a couple of times already, the role of systemic risks and recommender systems under the DSA. Just as a quick contextualization before I introduce my excellent panelists on here. So we're on the same page when it comes to systemic risk. I think we all know that the DSA is very much risk-based, and risks or systemic risks are very much at the heart and the center of the DSA. So that means very large online platforms and very large search engines are required to identify, assess, and mitigate systemic risks. These are risks that stem from the design, the functioning, or how they operate, the platforms operate. This could be the dissemination of illegal content, but it could also be a negative effect on pluralistic or civic discourse, such as disinformation, recommender systems, but also the protection of children and youth online. What we want to tackle in, I think, the next 30 or 35 to 40 minutes is whether the DSA is actually the means to do so, and whether the DSA can genuinely mitigate the impact of systemic risks on our pluralistic discourse. I'm very pleased to introduce 4 excellent experts who will explore this question with me and with us. We have Prabhat Agarwal over here, Head of Unit Digital Services and Platforms at the European Commission's DG Connect. Dr. Julia Maquier, Head of Unit Net Neutrality Platform Monitoring and Artificial Intelligence at the German Digital Services Coordinator, the Federal Network Agency, or Bundesnetzagentur in German. We also have Maurizio Storn, Director of Public Affairs at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue in Germany. And last but not least, Johnny Ryan, Director of Enforce, a unit of the Irish Council for Civil Liberties. Thank you all so much for being here today. I'd like to kick us off with a little bit of data. So I want to dive right into what we know about systemic risks, how maybe recommender systems are shaping political discourse. So I'd like to start with you, Mauritius, if that is okay. Your research at ISD focuses very much on systemic risks, also in particular on the asymmetric amplification of political content. So I was wondering if you could walk us through the role of recommender systems when it comes to pluralistic discourse a little bit.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I hope I can do this. Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel with these distinguished other panelists. And also thanks to Klaus Müller for putting the topic of regulating recommender systems on the agenda earlier. I will now talk you a little bit through our TikTok research in the lead up to the 2025 German federal election, and then also try to draw some considerations as regards DSA systemic risks. So what we did is, and this is like quite similar to the Bertelsmann study that was also mentioned earlier, is that we performed a sock puppet audit. That means we created test accounts, trained them, and then also web scraped the content that was shown in the test accounts feeds. And using this approach, we could generate a couple of interesting findings. First, we saw unequal distribution of party political content. Here, we saw that among the first 5 party political content pieces that were shown in the test accounts feeds, the AfD-related content was very prominent and dominated here. That was like a share of 50%. And that was then followed by the SPD with 20%, the leftist party-related content with 11%, CDU, I think was ranked at like 9%, and then the others were below the 5%. Secondly, we saw that much of this AfD-related content, that is like content that either stems from the official party accounts or that mentions the party or the candidate, was actually related to fan pages. That is like murky accounts that have the logo of the party in the profile picture and also in the account description state that it would support the party. That was quite an interesting finding. And thirdly, we also were able to access the metadata of the content, and namely the diversification interest markers. So these are like markers that are internal, that are not visible to the user, and that determine whether a content is a political piece of content or an entertainment piece of content. And within our data set, we found like more than 70 of these diversification labels. There are many, many more, actually, what we can take from other audits. And interestingly, we found that large pieces of party political content were actually not marked as political content, although that marker was available, but as other type of content, let's say entertainment, food, etc. And we don't know the entire relevance of these markers for the recommendation, like the selection of the content and the dissemination. Yet it is interesting with regard to profiling-based recommender systems that match content with the user's interest. Okay, so what does that mean in terms of systemic risks under the DSA? So I think there's two considerations. First, I would say a sock puppet audit is quite limited in terms of what it tells us. Like on the one hand, like the real user behavior may deviate from the sock puppet behavior. You can try to realistically imitate user behavior, but the real human behavior might be different. And then the second aspect relates to that we were actually not able to conduct surveys. Like, were there any changes in terms of attitude or behavior change? And I think this is quite relevant, and this is the second consideration, when it comes to what are actually the negative effects or the disturbance of the integrity of the electoral processes or the civic discourse, which is mentioned in the DSA, but not legally further defined. And I think here, and this is where I will stop, I think we need court rulings, we need further research in the behavioral domains, we need risk assessments by the providers to get to a shared understanding, because as opposed to the financial market where this term is coming from, it is not about the market stability here, but about the societal harm. And this is like also context dependent. It depends on culture, on society, on specific functions and services.
Thanks so much for sharing these very concrete examples from your research, Mauritius. Julia, you've done quite a lot of stress testing right before the German elections that took place last year as the national DSC. I was wondering, what was the role of recommender systems, or in general, were there specific systemic risks that occur that you would like to share with us today?
Thank you for the invite to the conference and also to this panel. It's a highly relevant topic, and I also would like to share the insight we've gotten during the election monitoring. There were several studies undertaken in Germany and abroad on the federal elections. ISD did one, and also the Bertelsmann Foundation with the Potsdam University, Global Witness, and some more. And when analyzing the studies, it's striking that all these studies based on sock puppet accounts, they showed the same results, more or less, namely that political content is not displayed in a balanced way, but rather that the political content of the extreme sides of the political spectrum is amplified in a much more than content of the parties of the middle. In particular, AfD content, BSW content, and also content of the Linke. Also, the pattern is the same on the different platforms. It's more pronounced on TikTok and on X. It's less pronounced, or it appears to be less pronounced on Instagram and YouTube, but it's also noticeable. Just to give you some numbers from the study of the Bertelsmann Foundation and the Potsdam University, they compared in the feeds of young users aged between 21 and 25, they compared how much the political parties posted and how much it was amplified. And for example, content of CDU, CSU politicians, they posted around 17% of the political content, and it was distributed less than 5%. Compared to that, AfD content, they posted a bit more than 20%, and it was amplified by 37%. So already there we see a disbalance in the amount of the amplification. But what I found even more striking is how fast the content appeared in the feeds of the young users. Again, this from the Bertelsmann Stiftung, the hashtag @AfD appeared on average after 11 to 12 minutes. And compared to the other parties, CDU, CSU content was displayed after 31 minutes, SPD content after 70 minutes, and FDP content after 19 minutes. I mean, it appears that there's an amplification bias and that the platforms do not ensure diverse and balanced amplification. And if we compare that with the rules which we know on political advertisement on television, which is very balanced and gives every party a right to place their advertisement, that's really different as we know it. And yeah. So, of course, political actors are responsible for creating political content and also content that is engaging, but citizens should also trust in that they see a balanced picture and also a diverse and, that media plurality is ensured. So, that were our findings, which we then submitted to the Commission during the German election, and it's of course up to the Commission to evaluate all these evidences and also the other evidence we submitted.
Thanks so much for, this was very loud, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for sharing. We could hear from the both of you that there is already some tangible data that we can work with, but I would argue what is still, well, very opaque and not tangible at all are recommender systems. And Prabhat, I was wondering, with recommender systems being that complex and opaque, can we even regulate them? Or are we simply exposed, or do we have to deal with what the platforms choose to publish and choose to disclose of them?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I have to say, sorry, it's a kind of special pleasure for me to be here in this setting today, and it's the first time I'm taking the floor today. But it's a bit emotional because actually both the DSA and the DMA kind of started in my team in the European Commission at the very early phases of it, like a long time ago now. And it's kind of the first time that I'm here at an event where both are being discussed. So I kind of feel emotionally attached to kind of both of these things. And it's really lovely also to see in many ways on how advanced the conversation has come. Of course, none of us, like Alberto said, and like Rita said, are satisfied with all aspects of it. We are ourselves most impatient of the lot. But in a way, I think it's really right that we're discussing both of these instruments together, and we could probably extend it also to other instruments that have come afterwards, because we do consider them as kind of a holistic one. And the teams that are working on the enforcement of those two instruments are also actually really, really closely working together and very interlinked. So in a way, that's just, sorry for the introductory remarks. So now my job is more focused on the work on the Digital Services Act together with Rita, where I'm more in charge of the questions that you are raising now around recommender systems, around risks for protection of minors. And we also deal with election risks and civic discourse risks as well in our team as well. I think that on recommender systems, there are a couple of points that I should make. The DSA has three regulatory aspects of the when it comes to recommender systems. One is a set of transparency regulations that deal with recommender systems' main parameters, disclosure obligations, basically, so that users can know how they work and they can understand how they're meant to function. That's one thing. The second one is that there is a very, like, say, basic choice element in the DSA. Basically, I think Rita mentioned it today in an opening speech already. You have a very elementary choice of choosing another feed, which is not based on profiling. I'll come back to that particular choice element because there was a lot of discussion during the legislative process on this particular element. And then there is a third element where under the risk assessment framework, where the DSA kind of obliges companies to understand whether the recommender systems kind of amplifies a risk. And this is and there are two elements that are being taken into account. Do certain risks, including for illegal content or protection of minors, in this case elections, are they amplified by the fact that you have risks also inherent in your recommender systems? And this also applies to advertising services. So it's not only about the recommender in your organic feed, but also in your advertising services. So just to recall, because I don't expect everybody to know the details of the DSA, and those are the three elements under the DSA that regulate recommender systems. So A, a disclosure obligation; B, a very, like say, primitive choice element, but important one; and C, a question on whether specific risk categories are aggravated basically by the presence of recommender systems. Now, in the cases where we have been investing most of our energy on recommender systems has been in the area of protection of minors. The so-called rabbit hole cases, where basically in a nutshell is that if you are served one piece of suicide content, it's probably not a problem. But if you're a minor and you get a sequence of 100 such contents, it probably is an enhanced risk or not. And there, those cases are a little bit, let's say, like easier to tackle than some of the data that we dealt with, because the causal relationship between seeing 100 suicide videos and you having a mental health impact is relatively easy to establish, compared to a causal inference on whether you see like 100 AfD videos and then you choose to vote for that particular party, so that, or you have distorted the civic discourse in that case as well. So those in a way that our work has been more focusing on those recommender systems aspects. I want to just say that that those are also the cases that I expect to come to a preliminary conclusion the first, because I think we have kind of put those as priorities. And of course, we can never give kind of timelines or next actions and so on, but those are the areas where we have invested most heavily our own internal resources also on understanding recommender systems as well. Now, maybe I should say 2-3 other things about recommender systems in general. We have, of course, the unique privilege of being able to look inside the companies, and we have retained internal documents on algorithmic effects, both for TikTok and for X, the two cases that where we are really investigating algorithmic effects most aggressively, I would say. And a couple of high-level points that which are not limited to those two companies, but are worth just mentioning. So one is that looking inside these companies and inside is a kind of ugly business. I think this is something that also competition enforcers know. Once you look inside the company, so there are things that you see that are the way you would expect a company to organize itself, but there are also often cases where you just cannot believe how sloppy the things have been done inside these companies. But generally speaking, it's a little bit like when the car doesn't really drive the way you want, and you open the hood, and you don't know how to look at the engine. It takes a bit of time to understanding which part isn't working exactly well. So this is also why we have invested quite a lot in our Center for Algorithmic Transparency, a bunch of people who can open the hood and they can actually detect which part isn't working. And here I want to come to the second point on recommender systems, which is something that is actually, you started off by saying, how opaque is the system? My general sense is actually becoming more opaque, because one big shift is that recommender systems are moving away from the traditional architecture where statistically you would find a list of candidate content and then you would rank them. And they're all moving towards generative AI recommender systems, where these two steps are no longer kind of dissociated, but the sourcing of candidate content and then the ranking are all moving across the entire industry to generative AI. And actually that makes recommender systems, in my view, more opaque, because just like it's very difficult for you to understand how a generative AI system is producing the kind of text that you might ask it to generate, it's also much harder to understand how a generative AI recommender is recommending content to you. And therefore, it's also much harder to understand what the risk profile is and what kind of testing we expect these companies to be doing ex ante. So that industry shift is quite concerning for us. It also is quite a lot of kind of retraining of colleagues, because this shift is happening as we speak, and in some companies it's already completed, in others it's actually happening right now. But generally speaking, I think the next generation of recommenders are probably going to be more risky, but also harder to understand. So that's just where we are. I'm happy to kind of just leave it here and be more interactive in the discussions as well. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure if there's anyone who wants to react. Mauritius?
Yeah, I think I generally agree. I think a key problem also of the sock puppet audits that we mentioned is how to isolate the causality of a recommender system. And for this to actually to be revealed, we would need larger experimental designs, A/B testing, potentially in connection with surveys. I think what is extremely valuable is also insights into company investigations, like things that are inside the company. Everyone may, or most of the people may remember Frances Haugen in, what was it, 2020 or 2021, where she actually brought to light a lot of internal knowledge from a platform. And this can also help to make sense of how specific processes work. But yeah, I think generally to get also the third party kind of watchdogs and CSOs and scientific organizations up to speed, I think we really need to see how we fund this type of work, how we enable individual researchers to actually make use of the great tools of the DSA, namely Article 40 and 12 and 4, also non-public data. And yeah, and there's I think a lot of space for improvement, what can be done. And this is not something that is prescribed by the DSA, but something that needs to be done on top, that is possible and that can be done. But yeah, the ongoing MFF, multi-annual financial framework discussions, are a good way to also earmark some funding in this regard and enable digital rights organizations.
Of course.
I find every discussion involving the DSA frustrating, and the DMA, and the GDPR, and the AVMSD. But that's because I have faith. And faith is the most painful thing to possess. The wonderful thing, Prabhat, that you said there is this move to generative AI. Already, a recommender system is very clearly, inescapably, caught by the prohibitions in Article 5 of the AI Act. Let me remind you what those are. So you've got two prohibitions. One is you cannot, whether knowingly or not, manipulate a child. And the other one is you can't knowingly, harmfully manipulate an adult. And from the prima facie evidence from the state's AG's case in the US against TikTok, but also from the recent case against Meta and the recent case against YouTube, they're caught. They are caught. Just as long as we don't delay implementation of that clause until August 2027 under the omnibus, we can shut these things down because they're incredibly dangerous. We have, and it's hard not to because it's where the funding is, it's intellectually interesting, but we have a deep interest in admiring the problem, but we know it so well. More sock puppet research, and it's good to do, but actually we know from the companies themselves what they're doing. In fact, you probably now know enough about the companies to know that they don't know what they're doing, that real transparency is impossible because they don't know what they're doing in many cases, maybe not every case. But what I'd like is that the next time we discuss this problem, we don't do it through the lens of an instrument, a pet instrument. Prabhat, and understandably you said you're emotional today because you're seeing the two strands of which you were so instrumental coming together, the DSA, the DMA. I find myself a little bit emotional because I'm thinking back to a study I ran for DG Just back in 2007 on militant Islamist radicalization, and we have not come very far since then. So is there a way for us the next time we're ever on a panel together, and I know it's hard because you are in silos and you have particular tools. But is there a problem a possibility to ignore the silo and just think, what tools do we have? And let me put two on the table. The first is the AI Act, which we are now in the process of saying we don't want that tool yet. That's what the Commission's proposing. That's what Berlin wants, by the way. They don't want to have that tool. The second tool, and Owen referred to it earlier, is Ireland. The political will does not exist to allow, let's imagine DG Connect had the will to take very daring action. The political will would not exist to allow them to do so. Their masters upstairs would not be able to do that. In the absence of that political will, you can, from a long arm's length, act through Ireland. And let me suggest how you would do that. It is undeniable that every recommender system relies on an intimate understanding of what the child, for example, who's using it, is interested in. And those data are almost certainly, nearly always, special category personal data. So what that means is, first, the child would not be able to use the recommender system because their guardian hasn't agreed to switch it on. And second, because of the intimate nature of those data, the adult would have been confronted by a cancerous lung back of the cigarette packet warning and would have to break glass to switch on the recommender system for their child. So we have tools, and we even have a little, not particularly politically important country that we can at arm's length squeeze, if we're Berlin, to execute on that. This is a political suggestion. And I think that remains to be done. And if it were done, we would no longer be trying to figure out the dimensions of the problem. We'd now reverse the tyranny of the default. That's what we used to call it when I was in industry. The recommender system would be off, and if people wanted to switch it on, that's the conversation we'd be having.
I'll keep that in mind for future panels. Julia, is there something that you would like to add, or would you go in a completely different direction?
Yeah, I would like to reply to that, and it's good to see that you still have faith in all the instruments. I'm more optimistic because I was former to joining BNetzA, I was a lawyer, and I saw that what worked best with compliance of companies is either fines, high fines, or high compensation for damages. And we see now this developments both in the US and also the proceedings of the Commission. They are advancing. We have the first fine decision against X, and also the cross-border enforcement is taking year. So I'm more optimistic, and once there will be the first decisions which have more considerable effect, we will see that. For example, in Germany, we have also seen that with MAN and Ferrostal, they had a bribery scandal, and after that, all bigger companies opened up compliance departments and also became more compliant. So I'm more optimistic, and yeah, it needs some time, but we have also the rule of law. We have to keep procedures and to do sound decisions, but I think we go there.
Just on the damages cases issue, we find ourselves, under the Collective Redress Directive, we are a qualified entity. So we've already launched a case, in this case against Microsoft on AdTech in Dublin. That case will cost us at least €1 million in the first instance. Now, the good thing is that the Irish Commercial Court is fast, because business does not want to wait for justice. So we should, 12 months from now, be at the end of the first instance. But at that point, now, actually at this point, we find ourselves unable to take cases. For example, using those TikTok facts, which would be very useful probably to have us do that, and to take a case against YouTube and Meta, which we would love to do. The reason we can't do it is that the Irish state blocks, despite the Collective Redress Directive, it blocks us from raising the necessary funds from commercial funders. I have to say I'm glad that DG Just has taken up the complaint from us and from NOIB. But if you're wondering why your partners in civil society are not using the one courtroom that can get a union-wide effect against all of these parties, it's again because Ireland is not just a tax haven. It is the back door through which these companies can poison our children's minds. And we need the Commission to get serious, particularly DG Just, on Ireland.
Thanks so much, Johnny, for your very clear and concise statement. In the interest of time, because I also want to open up the floor to potential questions, I was thinking, because Julia, you already mentioned the US court cases as well, and in her keynote, Rita Wezenbeek has already also pointed out how the US justice system has adopted a quote-unquote DSA approach, so to speak. So I was wondering, maybe as a general question for the whole panel, what we can learn, and then going back again to the DSA, because we still talk about systemic risk under the DSA, what we can maybe learn or infer from the US court cases, especially when it comes to platform regulation, and maybe also where we see some links that have already been alluded to, but if there's something that you would like to share, Prabhat, maybe I'll give you the floor first.
Yeah, thanks. So I think a couple of points that we can learn from the court cases. First of all, it's reassuring for us in the Commission that, there are cases brought on the same issues that we are investigating. So we're not completely crazy, which is what we're led to believe by a lot of people who are investigating. So this is something that is reassuring. So it's not only do we get the support from civil society actors with their studies, but we also have really serious cases. The second point, of course, in the disclosures that are available for us, it's a treasure trove for us as well. So there is a lot of interesting information, and we use it, either to ask questions or we can use it directly in some cases, and so it is valuable as well. The third case, which is like the less convenient truth, is that these U.S. court cases have been prepared for almost a decade. So it's not like they are. Of course, they make the headlines run about the same time as we're hitting the ground with addictive design cases as well. Our first preliminary findings came out in February. And to some extent, I was telling my own team, we are incredibly fast compared to these US cases. We basically started way back in 2019 or 2020, and in some cases, evidence dates back from a period of time. But of course, if you have 5 years to prepare a court case and resources to do so, these are also really well argued cases, in many cases, and that's something that we can use as inspiration. So I'm talking really specifically about the addictive design and the protection of minors cases that are brought at state level. There are hundreds of other cases, also more relevant to the DMA and so on. One point, though, I think I just want to bounce back from on Johnny's point earlier. It is a design feature of the DSA that the central enforcer, in this case the Commission, doesn't have to do it all, because it was clear from day one that no matter how many resources we get, we will never be able to cover the entire spectrum of all the issues that are out there. This is why private litigation is built in both the DSA and the DMA, and collective redress is built in both instruments as well. So I'm really interested in understanding better the issue that you raised, because, of course, if that instrument is frustrated, then a design feature of both these instruments is not effective, Because, of course, in the DSA, the collective redress means that if users are being harmed at large scale, representative organizations do have standing in court. And so, if this isn't happening, then we need to know about this. So that's but this is a really, really important design feature as well. So maybe the conclusion there is that it was the intention of the legislator that such cases could also be brought in the European Union, independent of what the regulator does in terms of bringing cases. This is written in both laws, DMA and DSA. So this is and it is happening to some extent. So in national courts right now, Bits of Freedom case, there's a case in GFF in Berlin. There has been cases here against Temu, which are using DSA provisions as well. So it's not just social media either, So, and we really think this is not, this part of it is not in competition with us, I think the point that Johnny is raising about why don't you work all together as one regulator, I think this is not completely crazy in the sense that I think there has been a movement at national level and some of you, I think Martijn, has these, like they've set up these converged regulators, right, which are able to, you know, capture multiple legal bases in one regulatory authority. Of course, with Chinese walls between them and all the right due processes, but the concept that the digital economy needs to be tackled through a converged regulator is a good idea. How do we do that at the Commission level? I think, yeah, I mean, let's wait for the beers, you know. But it is a good idea. There are some possibilities. So the AI office is a Commission instance, and we are a Commission instance, and so yeah, it could be done. And I think Johnny mentioned the delay in the proposal of the Commission. But there's another countervailing element, is that not only do we propose a delay, but we also propose a simplification and more powers to the AI office, precisely to be able to do joint investigations across instruments. But there's still a lot of questions to solve. But the idea that you mentioned, that this should be done in, like, not in silos, is a good idea. And I would say the DMA is actually a good example for where we are not working in silos, because, I mean, until we've just moved offices a couple of weeks ago, we were actually sitting on the same floor as DMA enforcers, and there are cross linkages as well going on. Of course, we need to respect due process and all of the other things that are there, but the intellectual idea is a good one, and it needs to be advanced.
Just a quick one, Prabhat, thank you for that. The really important thing I think I was saying is off by default is already law. and sometimes I feel that Connect, because it's got the DSA, isn't really interested in off by default. It's into giving the user the option. And I've been fighting a consent case on ad tech. We've been all the way up to the European Court. This case won't die, it just keeps going. We're doing another appeal now. And that's just on the normal pop-ups. We're trying to kill the normal pop-ups. And my fear is, if you allow the industry to control the design of the opt-out, you're already losing with an opt-out, but that's not your fault, that's the legislators. But if you're not leaning into alternative ways to get an opt-in as opposed to an opt-out, it's over.
Quick intervention, and then...
Yeah. Just quickly on the US court cases, I think it was mentioned already in other panels that there has been less appetite to engage in regulatory dialogue from the side of the US big tech companies. I think such a court case, also as a precedent to many other long-lasting court cases, can actually increase the potential costs that are perceived, and then can also encourage to engage more in these regulatory dialogues. And then regarding on their multiple tool topic, I think there is still a lot of paths that could be gone to actually make also the alternative non-profiling based option to extend this to include like an option to have third-party providers coming in, incentivize middleware markets. But of course, these also bring their own specific disadvantages as well. But I think Digital Fairness Act, Digital Markets Act, interoperability, data portability, these are all very interesting instruments that can also be developed further to strengthen user autonomy, also go against dark patterns, making this entire thing, what is already available, also more user-friendly, but also offering alternative choices.
Pancho keeps on scolding me that we're going over time. So we have, I think, time for one final question, if there is one from the audience. Yes, over there.
Can you hear me?
You have a mic?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. On recommendation tools, I mean, these are commercial products. I mean, they've not developed organically. They're constantly commercially tested by the platforms to deliver the highest level of engagement possible, you know, for the user. This is an ad product that sits on an ad platform that is, and the testimony of whistleblowers like Frances Haugen and others are that these recommendation tools are constantly adapted and changed. So my question would be, surely we should regulate them based on the outcomes they're producing. And the challenge to go back to the companies that you change them to produce different outcomes, but if you don't, and we can see that they are recommending, you know, frauds and scams, content that incites racial hatred and violence, content that promotes self-harm and suicide, then that triggers a regulatory intervention. We don't have to understand how they're doing it. We just need to understand that they are, and that they're doing what they've been designed to do, and they can be designed to do different things if the platforms have to.
I think that's 100% correct, and this is what we're doing. So I think this is what I mentioned early on in the rabbit hole cases and the addictive design cases. We think that it's exactly what you're saying here. They have been designed to be harmful, and this harm has not been properly assessed and neither hasn't been mitigated. So it triggers an investigation with a possible fine. And these are priority cases that we have. So, I mean, just maybe one difference between the way that you're describing it is that we do, because the DSA breaks down different categories of harms, so we did not open a case on all possible harms at the same time, like on fraud and on children protections and on elections. So we picked one we have several cases open, but the ones that are most advanced in our case are the ones where we're talking about harms to minors. But I think, unless I misunderstood what you were saying, but it's exactly what we're doing, so we compare with what the companies claim to have been doing with what we think they could be doing, is to Johnny's point, which they have not been doing. We have, in some cases, internal documents, even outside of the whistleblower things, that companies know the harms that they're causing, and they leave them unmitigated, which is the basis of our cases that we are running. So I think it is exactly what you're doing. I mean, the only difference being that we don't have a single, your entire recommender system case with all the harms, simply because don't forget that the burden of proof is on us. And so we also don't want to dilute these cases with being strong in one area and then weak in another one, which would then be a vulnerability also from all the things that have been discussed previously, because we are facing kind of formidable legal opposition on the other side as well. So we want to also design our cases that they are quick, as quick as possible, and that they are also as legally sound. And in some cases it might just be, and this is what I'm trying to say on recommender system, it might just be strategic to narrow the scope of what the harms that you're looking at in the first instance, but the remedies can be very similar to what have been described.
I've been receiving a lot of looks from Pentro, so I'm not entirely sure.
Tiny.
The final remark by Johnny.
Damien, you're still thinking about fixing these things. I mean, they're guns. They're not going to shoot out candy, They are dangerous. And you can see from the company's internal documents, they know the damage they're doing to children. Really bad damage. So we definitely, I think I'd have to go through all the mics. So we definitely can't trust those people with our politics, because they'll care even less. So just switch them off. I mean, there isn't a way back for those guys.
I suppose the point I was making is, when you can see what the outcomes are already, do you need to investigate all the things we know they're already doing, because we can see what the outcome is? No. Well, no, I agree.
I think we need to take this conversation to the break. Thank you so much for this engaging discussion. Please share a huge round of applause for the fantastic panelists. Thank you so much.
It is our great pleasure to have Hans-Jörg Durz, member of the German Parliament representing the Christian Social Union. That's the sister party of the CDU, with which it forms a joint parliamentary group in the Bundestag. He serves as a chair of the parliamentary committee on, it's a difficult term, state transformation and, digital transformation and state modernization, where he plays a central role in shaping Germany's digital policy framework. He's focused on innovation, data governance, financial markets, and European digital regulation. And he has also been actively engaged in the competition policy, especially in the previous term when we have basically drafted the DMA in Brussels, in the committee in Germany, and in the special commission that we had in the Federal Ministry of Economy and Energy. Overall, he is regarded as one of the key figures at the intersection of digital policy, innovation, and competition policy in Germany and Europe. As you know, a couple of months ago, we had the Sovereignty Summit here in Berlin. And it's our great pleasure that now we have the possibility to discuss this topic, digital sovereignty, from the parliamentary perspective. Dear Hans-Jörg, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much for the kind words and for the invitations. Ladies and gentlemen, as you might imagine, this is not the first conference I have attended where digital sovereignty is on the agenda. I have come across countless digital policy buzzwords over the years, but digital sovereignty is one that stays. The actual meaning of the term remains a question that people are often left with before and after events like this one. I will attempt to bring some clarity to this question today, and I want to start with a small observation. Sovereignty and Souveränität may sound alike, but they do not mean quite the same thing. In English, sovereignty is primarily used in the context of statehood. Sovereignty is the absolute and independent authority of a state to govern itself without external interference. In German, souverän has a second, more everyday meaning. When we say someone acts souverän, we mean they act with confidence, competence, and independent judgment. It is more about inner strength, not just rather than external borders. This German meaning is exactly what we should have in mind today, because when Europeans talk about digital sovereignty, we are talking about building the capacity to act freely, independently, and on our own terms. You're only sovereign if you have real alternatives. In 3 words, freedom of choice. So if sovereignty means freedom of choice, the question that follows is what conditions need to be in place for that freedom to exist in the first place. I think 3 things matter most. The first is resilient digital infrastructure. Let's look at what happens when it is missing. Ukraine's communications dependent on a single private satellite network. And when geopolitical pressure mounted, that dependency turned into leverage. Access was not cut off, but the mere possibility of such a cut-off was enough to shift the terms of negotiation. That is how structural dependency works. You do not have to pull the plug to exercise power. 70% of Europe's cloud infrastructure sits with 3 American companies. Starlink, cloud providers, social media platforms, payment systems, they are not just competing in markets, they have become the infrastructure itself, taking on functions that used to require public accountability. Losing control over them is not losing market share, it is losing the ability to govern. The honest answer is that complete and comprehensive independence is neither achievable nor the right goal. But there is a difference between integration and dependence, and that difference is whether you can choose and whether you can hold out if the terms change. That is what resilience means in practice. Building this digital resilience and sovereignty requires political decisions. The Telecommunications Act, the first piece of legislation our committee took up this term, gives broadband infrastructure the legal status of overriding public interest on the same footing as energy and transport. The high-tech agenda Deutschland sets a clear course for reducing critical dependencies in semiconductor supply chains, in AI computing capacity, and with a strong commitment to open standards and open source models over closed systems. It sets the goal of bringing at least one European AI gigafactory to Germany. And just last month, we adopted our first national data center strategy to double our computing capacities by 2030, recognizing data centers are the critical physical foundation of our digital transformation. However, resilient infrastructure alone is not enough. The second requirement for achieving sovereignty is a modern, capable state, and this one is often the least visible requirement. But a state that asks citizens for the same information 8 times is not in control of its own data. State modernization is not just bureaucratic housekeeping, it is sovereignty policy. And that is exactly what we are focusing on this term. We have established the Federal Ministry for Digital Transformation and Government Modernization, the first dedicated ministry of its kind in nearly 4 decades. Together with all 16 German states, we have agreed a federal modernization agenda with 300 measures to cut bureaucracy and speed up government. The Deutschland Stack creates shared open technical standards across more than 11,000 municipalities. We have ratified the NUTS Treaty so that citizens only have to submit information to the government once. And the UDI wallet, a state-backed digital identity wallet for every European, is set to launch in Germany on 2nd January 2027. Each of these is a concrete step towards digital sovereignty. Not just a technology project, but state policy with the potential to change the status quo. Yet these foundations alone do not yet guarantee freedom of choice. A capable state and resilient infrastructure create the conditions, but they do not by themselves shape the market space in which real choice exists. For that, you need to meet a third condition. And despite what the title of this panel might suggest, I think it is not such a new approach at all. What Europe is doing is the consistent application of a model that has been at the heart of this continent's politics for 70 years, the social market economy. It was built on a simple but powerful insight that free markets left to themselves tend to produce the very concentrations of power that undermine the freedom they created. That is why competition does not protect itself. Markets need rules to stay free. It was Ludwig Erhard who shaped this model economically, and Konrad-Adenauer who gave the social market economy its political home. They ask similar questions about industrial cartels that Europe is asking about digital platforms today. And the Digital Markets Act provides similar answers, updated for the digital age. What Europe needs is not a new approach. It needs the confidence to apply the approach it already has had in place for years. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe has the compass. It has the model, the instruments, and the first tangible results. The question is not whether to stay the course. The question is whether we have the courage to do so, even when there is headwind. Sovereignty, in the German sense, means acting with confidence and independence. That is what the work in this room is about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these optimistic messages that you sent us today. We greatly appreciated your words about especially your view on the definition, the German version of the sovereignty definition, and our roots back to the social market economy and the connection to Ludwig Erhard and to DMA. I really like it. Keeping in mind that it's a parliamentary week, we greatly appreciated your time. I hope that some of the insights of this summit will be useful for your work. We wish you a lot of success in the coming months and in years. The battle is not over, but we are definitely on the right track, hopefully. Many, many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our agenda. It is our utmost privilege and pleasure to have Ben Scott with us, one of the most prominent voices when it comes to digital strategy and policy, and especially when it comes to transatlantic topics. I don't want to say too much who is Ben Scott. We know that he was one of the most prominent voices in the administration of, at that time, Foreign Secretary Hillary Clinton, that has basically had great influence on her agenda at that time and in the years that follows, also during the Obama term. And Ben Scott has a really critical view on what is going on currently in Europe and across the Atlantic, and has a special message to us. Dear Ben, the floor is yours. Strategy and tactics when it comes to our so-called digital sovereignty. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Pencho, for that warm welcome. Thank you to all of you who stuck around after the dreaded 7 p.m. coffee break. My job is to tell you, how do we get from here to there with digital sovereignty? And this conversation is going to be less about policy and more about politics. Here's what I started with. I started by asking ChatGPT to imagine and visualize what does the threat to Europe look like from dependence on American technology, and that's what it came up with. So you've heard a lot today about how Europe has to reduce its dependency on American technology in the enterprise software market, in cloud computing, in social media, in AI infrastructure, in the emergent AI services market. This is a huge task, reversing decades of market dominance by US firms. This path back to sovereignty is going to take time, and it's going to take a series of complex policy decisions. So where do you start? Well, right now, a lot of the conversation is focused on these topics, and in particular, building a GPU infrastructure, data centers, data centers, data centers. This is important, but it's probably the most difficult challenge that you have in creating digital sovereignty in Europe. It's very difficult to imagine how you're going to substitute out all the American firms. How are you going to do that with substitutable firms on price and quality of service? The switching costs will be significant. There are ways to do this. This is not rocket science. You need to come up with new models for joint ventures, new ownership and conditional access structures, technology transfer, incentivizing domestic capital markets. This is going to take years, folks, not months. It's going to require patience and dynamism. It is fitting that we're here in the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, because this will take an economic miracle. And it will take the time that the last one took. So, yes, get on with that work, but in the meantime, I think we need to think more politically. Let's think about the issues that are most politically resonant for the people outside in the street. If we all went outside right now and we had to stop the first person we see and ask them, what do you think about digital sovereignty? What they will say is, what are you talking about? Your voter has no idea what digital sovereignty means. So why is the narrative we're using politically about digital sovereignty? Why don't we talk about the thing that people are actually worried about, the thing that is most politically salient, and that is the fact that their children are in trouble. This has come up time and again over the course of the last 5 hours, and for good reason. It is the #1 most important issue on tech that actual people are worried about. It polls at about 85% when you ask people, do kids have a problem with their smartphones? Okay, so the kids are not all right. That's what's driving the demand across the European Union for bans on social media for under 16s. This is an emergency measure. It is a recognition that if we don't do something about this problem right now, we might lose a generation of young people. And I'm not convinced that it's the best policy, but it is going to happen. So what do you do with a political imperative driven by public demand on child safety? Well, let's take a look at what people say about it. When you ask people, do you support or oppose a ban on kids under the age of 16 having social media accounts, you'll see that it's a very popular policy. But when you then ask them, do you think it's going to work? A lot fewer people think it can work. And they don't think it can work because they know what any of you know who have children have realized, which is you can't stop kids from using technology. So we have to think about a way to get kids the technology that they need in a safe way. So how do we do that in a way that is politically strategic? The politically strategic way to do this is to connect the dots between child safety and digital sovereignty. Connect the dots between child safety and digital sovereignty. And the way that we can do that is to make a new market. I agree very much with Herr Durz, who spoke just about an hour ago, who said this is the central principle of the last 70 years of social market capitalism. What do you do to shape a new market? You decide what are the values of the society, and you put those into rules, and you demand that capital operate accordingly. So what does a safe social media market look like? And how is that connected to digital sovereignty? Let me explain the idea. It works like this. You say, you know what, voters? We hear you, and you're right. We have an emergency. Our children are suffering, and we cannot stop and wait to figure out what the ideal policy solution is. We're going to act, and we're going to stop kids from having access to the technologies in the market today. But that doesn't mean that we're going to deny children access to technology. It means we're going to demand that there is a marketplace for safe social products, defined not just to mean Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, but also ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini and whatever it is that the geniuses in Silicon Valley come up with next. Fine. What does a safe social media market look like? Well, our friends at the European Commission have very well defined it already. It's in the DSA. But it's guidance. It does not say you have to abide by these rules. Curation algorithms turned off by default. No doom scrolling. No engagement metrics. Guaranteed privacy for children so that strange adults can't contact them. These are all well-known provisions. But when we create a safe social market, the only way you can enter that market and offer a product to an under 16 is if you get a license. And the way to get a license is to come to Brussels and prove that your product is safe. Now, there's one other component to this that connects it to digital sovereignty, and that's interoperability. You can't enter the market unless your product is fully interoperable with all the other safe social products. And in the past, what that meant is there had to be a standard protocol across all of these technologies. That doesn't matter anymore in the age of AI because AI can take any API and merge it together into an interoperable product. So that what happens when you do this is you lock you push the advantages of the American incumbents out of that market. You shape that market and you say the network effects that have made everybody stay with Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok all these years, that advantage is gone and we're going to start over. And for the first time, European companies might get a look in to actually offer a product that can be competitive in scale. And they will compete on the basis of safety and design choices that appeal to the very people who are demanding a ban on the current social media giants. That is the dots that you connect between child safety and digital sovereignty. You show people what is possible. You show people that you can have a product that is not only child safety, but you show people you can have a product that is IP and privacy protecting. You can show people you can have a product that is publisher friendly. You can show people that you can have a product that is hardened against the exploitation of foreign interference. And yes, some of you may be saying, what about the American companies and the Trump administration and retaliation and tariffs in Ukraine and the transatlantic problem of political pressure? Friends, I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump is not strong on the issues of tech sovereignty or big tech in general. His own coalition is deeply divided on this question. There are very few issues in which the Trump coalition is divided, and he is in the minority faction of that division. I'll name you 3 of those issues right here. Number 1 is the Epstein files. Number 2 is the war in Iran. And number 3 is child safety and the power of big tech. He's not going to have support for those issues at home. And when Trump is in the weak position, the consequences for those who push on those issues are modest. Because I think actually the tech companies need the European market more than they say. This whole idea that they could abandon Europe and just deny the technology to the European Union is nonsense. It would crash their stock price and with it the American economy. They will not withdraw from this market. They will play by the rules if you set them and insist. And again, Herr Dortz is right. It simply requires the courage to demonstrate that you have the will to do it. Right now, they don't believe you have that will, and that is the reason they think they can steamroll through and get what they want. When American politics on the right beneath the Trump administration is divided, this creates an advantage and an opportunity for Europe. This is the critical insight that I want to bring you, and it is the way to connect the dots between child safety and digital sovereignty. You've got to flip the script on technology and make it an asset and not a liability in transatlantic politics. So let me review. Number 1, yes, digital sovereignty is an imperative. But don't make your political narrative about digital sovereignty because nobody knows what that means. Make your political narrative about the thing people care about, which is protecting their kids. And then deliberately create a policy that ties together the thing the voter cares about and the long-term interests of the European Union for sovereignty. And do that fully intentionally taking on the transatlantic politics where you know the Trump administration is in a weak position. And then have the courage of your convictions. Don't miss the opportunity. It won't come again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so welcome everyone. And first of all, thank you very much for this really insightful talk. Yeah, I think it's very enlightening to hear that, of course, you need to talk about something that the voter cares about, of course, and that is a very, very central question to ask: what does a safe social media market look like? And of course, child safety is an incredibly important topic, and without downplaying it in any regard, I think there are many more aspects where we can see that there's a lot of harm being done to consumers. And one of them is one which I would like to introduce in the following way. Hello, future billionaire. In the next 2 minutes, I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make a fortune in less than 2 months. With this one simple trick, I turned a modest savings account into a luxury lifestyle and a private jet. Does that sound familiar? This panel looks at financial online scams, and I guess that many of us have encountered these videos, these ads on many of the platforms of the big tech companies. We have 40 minutes, and we have an excellent panel, which I will introduce throughout the first round of questions. So, starting with you, Mr. Brinkhaus. You are a member of the German Parliament and a former parliamentary leader of the Union parties. And since May last year, you're steering the work on digital and state modernization. The European Commission has recently described financial scams as a systemic risk to consumers in Europe. So could you elaborate on whether large online platforms have become a critical infrastructure for financial fraud ecosystems in Germany and the EU?
Let me see the end.
Yes, so it works. Not only a critical infrastructure for fraud, but for payment services at all. So I would like to highlight one point. It's not only sovereignty regarding child protection and other things. So the big platforms are in the meanwhile infrastructure, not only for communication, not only as a marketplace, not only, very important point, for identification, but also for financial services. And having a look on financial services and how it is regulated all over Europe and all over the world, I'm a little bit concerned because the platform managed to get out of this regulation by founding separate companies, using service providers and institutions like that. And just to give you an impression how important this financial payment services infrastructures are. So when we protected the European financial system in 2009, 2010, 2008, we didn't protect banks and companies. We protected infrastructure. And because in a modern civilization, in a modern economy, payment infrastructure is so important because without this infrastructure, nothing will work. And the point of sovereignty, as you have mentioned, is that the platforms in the meanwhile got deep into this payment infrastructure business without any control of Europe. And so we should not only talk about protection of child and protection of communication, of misinformation and things like that, but we should also talk about this issue. Because without having a sound European sovereign payment infrastructure, it will not work. And now, leading to your point, it's also a platform for fraud, of course. And this is the reason, just to safeguard the people against fraud, why we have this payment directives and why we are working on it. And it's a strong expectation that in the process in improving this payment systems and these directives and these regulations, we will also highlight exactly this issue. So first, we have to keep in mind we are not talking about a communication platform. We are talking about infrastructure, which is absolutely core for economy. There's no question about it. And even in this infrastructure is a possibility of fraud. We have to protect the people. We have to have consumer protection. And we have to address it in all our regulation processes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we will get to the policy responses and the current regulatory landscape in a moment. So, Mr. Collins, you are a former member of the Parliament in the UK for the Conservative Party and served as Junior Minister for Tech and the Digital Economy in 2022. Could you give us your view on the role of platforms as a critical infrastructure for online financial scams? And do you have more information about how big the problem is in the UK or the EU?
Well, they're central to the promotion of frauds and scams. That's why when we passed the Online Safety Act, the kind of UK's equivalent of the DSA, we made frauds both through organic posting and advertising the responsibility of the platforms. It could be regulated content. It's also an area where I think you can see how you could try and create a market for good practice, because some platforms won't allow financial product advertising unless the advertiser is accredited by the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK. Now, others won't. Now, Google adopted that before Meta did. When Google adopted it, there was a huge surge of ads onto fraud ads onto Instagram. The other thing is that it works well in a regulated system because often these frauds have been identified already. There are cases where people who are known experts on financial services and financial products have been used in scam ads on social media platforms to recommend scams to people. And obviously this is hugely distressing for them. But the use of an image of somebody to promote a product they've got no association with, is really clear, and it's really clear what the responsibility is. I mean, in Australia, there was Andrew Forrest, who's the richest man in Australia, owns a big mining company. He tried to sue Meta in Australia for this happening to him. It ended up in being in the ridiculous position that Meta said they weren't actually based in Australia. They weren't actually doing business in Australia. So he's now had to pursue the same case in the United States. So you need a regulatory framework. And any other media organization, this wouldn't be a problem. If I was running a newspaper in the UK or a television channel, then I have legal liability for what I broadcast and what I print, and therefore I would be liable if there was a problem. But we've allowed the social media platforms to exist in a world outside of financial services regulation, outside of advertising regulation, and with no real enforcement. Now, things like the Online Safety Act give us that power. The question is, will the regulators use it? And I agree with what Ralph just said. I think there's a huge focus on child safety for obvious reasons, and I say that as a parent of teenagers. But I think the public support for much tougher clampdown on frauds and scams is almost as great. And I think even in America, it's the area where there is more consensus for action.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I do agree that there's quite a huge asymmetry of liability when it comes to, platforms being held liable for losses that occurred from financial scams or not, versus the financial industry itself, the payment service providers who face way stricter obligations when it comes to liability in that regard. But before we get to that, Mr. Scott, you have been introduced already by Pencho. You're Executive Director at Reset Tech. And we already heard about the huge damage and losses through online financial scams, but please feel free to also add on to that. Beyond that, I would very much like to ask you to maybe dive into whether and why there might also exist an incentive for those platforms to become that critical infrastructure, because we cannot deny that this is a growing business, and there are many voices that say that these platforms would have the remedies and the resources to fight financial scams way more on their platforms, but obviously they are not. So can you elaborate a bit on that?
So I'll pick up where I left off. First, most important issue the voter cares about relative to big tech is protecting children. Second most important issue voters care about vis-a-vis big tech, scams. You know why? Because everybody's grandma got scammed. I bet if we went around the room, 2/3 of the people in this room would know somebody who's been the victim of an online scam. And I can tell you, because we polled it, that 71% of over 60s say they have personally been scammed in the last year. 70%. Now, this is not an issue that gets a lot of discussion in the media because people are embarrassed. They're embarrassed to say I got scammed and I lost money because I saw a video on social media, because in hindsight, it looks ridiculous. But at the moment, you just lost some money. And for a lot of people, it's money they can't afford to lose. And worse than that, these social media platforms have so much data about every single user, and they make that data available to scam advertisers so that they know who has money to spend on a scam and who doesn't. They know who has clicked on a sketchy ad in the past. They know if you've been willing to give up your mobile phone number or your email address in some previous ad campaign. So if you are thinking about ways to make the big tech issue real for people, kids and scams are the best ways to go about it. So to your question, why do these companies have an incentive to continue to do this? So some of you may have seen a few months ago, Reuters put out a series of 3 stories based on whistleblower-provided documents from the scams and fraud team at Meta. And these documents indicated that the fraud team at Meta went to Zuckerberg and his executive team and said they estimated that in 2023, 10% of global revenues for the company was from scams. Scam advertisers make up 10% of Meta's gross revenues, $16 billion. So what does $16 billion in scam ads mean in real world terms? So we set out to figure that out. Some colleagues of mine in the US did a big study, which I suspect would yield similar results in the EU. We worked out that the total losses from online scams in the US in 2023, the year that Meta made $16 billion from scammers, the total loss to American consumers was $119 billion. And as a famous US senator once said, a billion here and a billion there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money.
Yeah, thank you very much. So also to add on the European side, so apparently Europeans lose over 4 billion euros a year on online financial scams. So it is a huge problem. People are effectively losing money, and yeah, it's something that they obviously care about. So yeah, turning to the policy side of it and how the EU is trying to address that. We talked a lot about the Digital Services Act. I already said the Commission declared online financial frauds as systemic risk. But when it comes to liability, in the case of loss, there's a huge, the DSA has been criticized to not go far enough. And meanwhile, banks and payment service providers, they face really strict obligations to prevent, but also to reimburse fraud. And to increase the incentive for digital platforms to monitor financial scams more quickly or more rigorously, and also to counteract that, new European rules now introduced that platforms can be held liable by payment service providers if they were notified about fraudulent content or a scam, but they didn't act. So there comes a kind of obligation or liability for online platforms into play, which may help to address the problem. So, and this is what I would like to ask you. So starting with you again, Mr. Brinkhouse, do you expect these new EU rules to increase the incentive for platforms to counteract or to fight these online financial scams more rigorously, or what do you expect regarding the effectiveness?
I would like to dig a little bit deeper. So the problem is that we have 2 philosophies. One philosophy is that we have one legal system which is covering the whole world, the digital world and the non-digital world. And the other philosophy is that we have 2 legal frameworks. And we got, in the meanwhile, a lot of pressure from the US administration, from President Trump, that we should live in 2 legal worlds. So you know about this negotiation team between the European Commission and the US administration, and saying, okay, what's about the rules of DSA, what's about the big tech companies, how they can behave in Europe or not. And digging a little bit deeper means that we have to fight for the philosophy that real world transactions, and financial transactions are real world transactions, have to be handled in the same way, independently if it is a digital platform, if it is a traditional service provider, or if it is a marketplace somewhere else in the world. And I guess this is the main point. And the main point is not only to talk about regulation, but how to live this regulation. So we have to have the authorities for the market surveillance. We have to have the legal system, the prosecutors and all the others. And I guess it's not only a question of regulation, but it's how to live. And I was very interested what you have mentioned in your keynote. So everybody in Europe is afraid. I say, oh no, if we do this, if we do that, Trump will impose additional taxes to steel industry, to automotive and to other ones. And so this is in the meanwhile a blackmailing system. And I've learned one thing. If you do something in favor of a blackmailer, he will never stop. He will never stop. And so my advice to Ursula von der Leyen would be no compromises anymore with Trump and with the US administration. It's not only an issue of Trump, to be serious, yeah? So there are a lot of people behind Trump. It's a system in the meanwhile in the US administration and in US politics. And even if Trump vanishes, there will be ones, there will be others which will continue with this business. It's no question about it. And so we have to say no. We have our legal system. There will be no compromises. There will be no extra rules for US-based companies. And I guess this is even more important than all the other things we have discussed before, because otherwise, to put it together with this whole sovereignty discussion, we will be a colony of the United States at the end of the day, and this could not be our aim.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I do agree that we can have all the rules we want, but we need to enforce them at the end of the day. And it was very encouraging what you just said. But still, staying with the rules, because they can be enforced, they of course need to be written, and they need to be written in a way that they can be effective once they are enforced. So, Mr. Scott, sorry, I would, maybe go on with you first, and staying with the DSA and with the new payment rules. Where do you see the biggest shortcomings? Do you think this is a good way to tackle the problem of online financial fraud, or would you say that there's another way, or that there are obvious gaps that have not been closed effectively?
I think, again, the tools are there in the DSA. It's just a question of time and resources to document the harms and bring enforcement actions. I think on the specific question of how do we push liability from the banks to the platform? So right now, and everybody put your wonk hat on because we're going down into the mines. Right now, if you are the victim of a scam, you can go to your bank, and if you can show evidence that you were the victim of a scam, they have to reimburse you. But as under new European rules, if the bank can show that the scam came from an online platform, and the online platform knew the scam was there prior to that person being victimized, then the liability goes to the tech company. So the question is, how does the bank get that data? And this is a non-trivial problem, but thanks to the DSA, every platform is required to have a digital ad library. So my research team will tell you, and Sasha's research team will tell you, is a piece of cake to go and find hundreds of thousands of scam ads that are live every day in the European Union. What we need to do is we need to log those systematically with date and timestamps, and we need to go to the banks and make a system whereby anybody who comes and asks for reimbursement is asked first the question, what did the scam look like? And then you're going to have to do a version of the old police dramas where you have a lineup. Did one of these ads look like the one that you saw? And then if you get a match, then the bank then goes to Facebook and says, right, you give this person 5,000 euros back. But that's going to require a system, and it's going to require working out what the mechanism is to do that, because otherwise the tech companies are just going to say, well, that wasn't the ad that we saw, or there were 1,000 versions of that ad, and that was the wrong one. So it's a difficult regulatory problem to solve, but it is not unsolvable. And I think it's something we should work on, because it would put so much money back in the hands of consumers, and it would pull it right out of the hands of the tech companies, and then they would have an incentive to stop all the scam advertising on their platform.
Yeah, that's very interesting also, because I think, or I assume, that the role of AI in creating 100 different tiny or very, very neatly different versions of the same ad also plays into making this entire process way more complex. And also consumers might not be capable of really identifying the very ad that they fell for.
So just a quick follow-up there is that same Reuters story that said Facebook or Meta makes 10% of global revenues from scammers, also said that they estimate that the average Facebook user sees 15 scam ads per day.
Yeah. Thank you. This is really shocking. Yeah, Mr. Collins. You have been working on financial frauds in the UK, and I would very much like to hear how successful are the rules that you established in the UK, and in light of that, how do you evaluate the current approach of the EU in trying to create this liability?
Well, I mean, we've created a similar liability regime. I think it's too early to say whether that's been a success. But, you know, it's not just that people post scams online on social media platforms in groups and so on, and people engage with them and are defrauded. They're using ad tools to do it, to promote them. So if we're going to sit here and say, well, okay, Facebook, it's not just that you allow frauds, but you are profiting from fraud, and we're going to do nothing about it, and we think it would be inappropriate for us to do it, then what are we all doing? You know, if we say major media platforms can be party to a crime knowingly and make money out of it, and we consider that to be something that we can do nothing about, then what is the point? You know, and I think we have to be really, really clear on that. We have to shut down this trade of the companies knowingly profiting from these frauds and scams. Now, I think one of the issues here, has got to be about proactive responsibility. Now, the UK legislation sits outside of the e-commerce directive, and that is important in one area, and it's something that the tech companies lobbied against. They wanted us to reincorporate these provisions into the UK law after Brexit, because there are proactive, there's not just the required to deal with problems as they occur or identified. There are proactive responsibilities. They have to be scanning. They have to show the regulators what systems they've got in place to find these ads and remove them or block them being posted in the first place before they're ever seen. And that is what there's got to be, that proactive responsibility. And that can relate to the extent to which they're promoted to other people, not just whether they're seen or not. But those obligations need to be there. The other thing I'd say is, in international law on financial crimes, those often are extra-jurisdictional. So the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in America, that covers that includes, I think Ben will know better than me, but I think any dollar transaction anywhere in the world is covered by that. The UK Bribery Act covers any financial crime committed by a UK citizen or UK business anywhere in the world. We also need to look at saying to companies that are domiciled or headquartered in our territory, our jurisdiction, we're not just going to impose fines on you and regulate you and press charges against you for facilitating crimes in our areas. But if you do it anywhere else in the world as well, then we will use courts in our jurisdiction to prosecute you for crimes that you're party to elsewhere in the world. And I think until we are that serious, what the companies are demonstrating is they will carry on taking money out of this. Just as they did, I mean, go back 8 years and the investigations on Russian disinformation, Russian ads on Facebook. I mean, what the American authorities managed to get them to do eventually was look for the lowest to low-hanging fruit, which otherwise they didn't want to look for, which was the Russians using ruble credit cards to buy ads that could easily be traced to locations outside in Russia and these were an election crime. But not only did Facebook want to take responsibility for that or investigate it, they wanted to carry on letting them do it and taking the money. And that's the mindset that they have, which is that basically, even though they're profiting from it, it's nothing to do with them. And I think we cannot underestimate our responsibility to push back on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Scott, do you want to add on that because you were nodding?
I'll let you get on with the next question.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so staying with the summit theme of enforce, simplify, and build, and you touched upon it in the beginning. and talking about enforcement, maybe we come back here to the topic of digital sovereignty as well. So where do you see the most urgent need for action? I mean, the EU just tried to rewrite rules in a way to I don't know if it's, maybe you can also talk on that, if it's really a simplification of the rules, but still we have new rules, now we need to enforce them. But maybe there's also a third way, building new technological capabilities, building alternatives. I don't know, where do you see in tackling financial fraud, where do you see the most urgent need for action in being effective here? So maybe we can do the round again, starting with you, Mr. Brinkhaus.
Difficult question. Let's start with one point. We have to enable the supervisory authorities to enforce these rules. It's absolutely right. And you have mentioned AI. AI could be a tool for people doing fraud, but AI could also be a tool for supervisory authorities. And I guess we are very weak in enable supervisory authorities to fight with the same weapons as the criminals are doing. And so the first step is not to make new rules and to launch new rules, but the first step is to enable the people working in the supervisory authorities to handle modern and innovative instruments. That's the first point. The second point is, yes, we have to build up a sovereign European structure. At least we have to have a plan B. So we are totally dependent, and you have mentioned in your first picture within your keynote, we are totally dependent on some US-based companies, in the hardware field on Chinese-based companies, to be honest. And we have to build up a structure where we have alternatives. How can we do it? I guess at the end of the day, we have to pay a price for it. So giving you a similar story. We have in the past bought very, very cheap Russian gas. And the German industry was not able or has not the will to pay a premium price to get sovereign gas. And we are now exactly in the same situation. So we are paying very, very low prices for digital services. We are in a very comfortable situation to use all the devices of Meta, of Microsoft, and of all the others. And we try to stay in our comfort zone. So not using open source, not paying money to European startups or scale-ups with alternative instruments. And so what can we do? We can push the industry, the private sector, to be more sensitive to it. So in the whole field of procurement, no company would rely on one steel supplier, but we rely on one digital supplier in certain fields. This is not logic. And the second point is we can work as government within this field. So in our coalition treaty, we have with our partners, the Social Democrats, we have written down that the public sector should be an anchor customer for sovereign products. The problem is this has been written down, but we do not live it. And so we have to change our mindset within the public sector. So we have an enormous amount of investments of the public sector within digital technology, within software and cloud and all the other things, within AI. And we have to use this purchase power to make European or at least non-US and non-Chinese products stronger than in the past.
Yeah, so also a question of enforcement, not of EU rules, but of the coalition treaty promises. Okay, so Mr. Collins, please.
Yeah, so I think with AI makes all of these challenges harder. And I think in terms of looking at financial products and scams as not as cryptocurrency, but tokens become a kind of more central part of the economy. The ability to track the movement of money becomes almost impossible. So these are the sorts of, a lot of the systems that we've built for the pre-AI world, will not necessarily help us in what is to come. There was an interesting paper published last week by OpenAI on
what it called like an industrial policy strategy for AI. The first half of it is a series that basically analyzes the problems that are coming, and those are basically very much in the category of being our problems, the disruption to financial system, the tax system, and employment, and so on. But in the future sort of looking aspect of it, they floated the idea of having an AI safety stack. And what that rang a bell with me is that in some ways is not unlike how we started on a lot of these regulatory interventions we tried to push through in the last years, which was working with, say, online safety tech providers to develop technologies, sometimes commissioned by the government, to demonstrate you could scan for terrorist content effectively on YouTube, and then going back to the platform saying, we want you to do this now, either using this technology or your own. So the idea, I think, of working with AI companies to come up with AI solutions to these problems, and then trying to promote, maybe governments commissioning that work and then trying to promote it across the sector, I think is going to be important. But the final thing I'd say is I think we should see the question of sort of AI safety as a matter of national resilience alongside the security of our financial systems, alongside defense and security and digital sovereignty, where these should all be priorities. They are all linked and connected, and we should have a strategy to build our resilience and our capability in all of those sectors. I don't think it's feasible to say we will look to build out American technology or American companies in those systems, but we must have our own systems that we can rely on as well, and that we believe are safe. And I think governments have a role, just as we would say in defense spending, in procurement, in building the, not just buying, but building the infrastructure to create the products of the future, doing that across the spectrum, not just looking at defense, but other areas where we need European and national resilience.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
Well, I agree with what both of these gentlemen have said about the long-term objective of independence and control and ownership over the full technology stack of the future. I think we have to resist the temptation to try to find €1 trillion to catch up with the Americans and the Chinese, because that money is not there. And we're talking about building a market that they built yesterday, whereas we need to be thinking about where is the market going to be in 2 or 3 years, and not how can we instantly go from 0 to all European, but rather how do we gradually get there over the next several years. In the meantime, I think these political imperatives come into play. How do we make sure that we're protecting children, very salient for the voters, connected to digital sovereignty? How do we solve the scam economy problem? Very salient for the voter, we can connect it to digital sovereignty. And I think I want to emphasize here 2 points. One, if you can move a consumer protection enforcement action in Brussels on the scam question particularly. So let's take the $16 billion from Meta. Let's imagine that the other big tech companies are in a similar range. Then let's imagine that the percentage of global turnover for these companies and the share in the European Union is roughly 10%. So for each of the big tech companies, we'll be conservative and we'll say there's €1 billion in ill-gotten scam revenue for each of the big tech companies. You bring enforcement actions and you get even a fraction of that money in the door, then you are creating a super regulator in Brussels that can actually do all the things that everybody has been saying all day we wish the Commission could do. And that we also begin to relieve the pressure that the Council is putting on the future of the Commission's ability to do this work, because simultaneous to us saying the Commission needs to do more to regulate big tech to solve the digital sovereignty problem, we're cutting the budget and the number of people they can hire to do the job. And we're afraid of the American retaliation. And here, the last point I want to emphasize is the one that Mr. Brinkhaus made earlier, which is so important, which is we have to not only get over the fear of American retaliation, we have to be bold and courageous in standing up to it. Because, and Damien won't mind that I use the UK as a negative example, since it wasn't his party in power who did this. But the Labour government last year made a deal with the Americans. And they said, in exchange for no taxes and no regulation on American AI companies, you will give us 10, 15 billion pounds in data center investment commitments. And there was a big embarrassing dinner that happened in a castle with the king, and there was Trump and Melania and Mark Zuckerberg and Sundar Pichai and all the CEOs of all the big tech companies around a big table. And they made a big announcement about how this was the deal and they were all going to get this big investment into the UK. And what happened last week? Sam Altman quietly wrote a message to his key investors saying, never mind about that UK thing, we were actually not going to put that money into those data centers.
Well, none of that money has come through, and Google's slice of it was smaller, I think, than their investment in Oklahoma.
So this is all a big farce, and we are naturally afraid because the consequences of high tariffs and the consequences of a security withdrawal from Ukraine are severe. But at some point, there's a red line. And beyond that red line, you cannot go, and so you must push back. And the issue you choose to push back on is the one that you know they are weak on. And I'll finish one by saying this, which is a bit comedic. Trump administration knows about this fraud problem too. And they also know it's a loser for them because it's their big tech allies who are perpetrating the fraud. So what does Trump do when he has a problem he knows his voters care about, but he knows he can't solve? He puts J.D. Vance in charge. So the U.S. government just launched a nationwide fraud initiative led by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Hot off the plane from Islamabad.
Mr. Brinkhaus, do you want to have a last remark? It seemed as if you wanted to say something before. Otherwise?
One last remark regarding the current political discussions we have in Germany. So we have discussed here in the last minutes the really sound issue. And we have so many sound issues, and I'm really wondering what we are discussing about in Reichstag up there, because this is not the same world. But we have to face this new world, and we have to face a new world with the upcoming of AI. Will change everything more than we have discussed so far. And what I like to say is from the point of sovereignty, we have lost many battles in the past in the digital world. But with the upcoming of AI, maybe with the upcoming of quantum technology, we have really the chance to leapfrog. And we should use this chance to leapfrog, because we do not have the money, you have mentioned it, to make all these investments we have missed within the past. But then we should go not only one step, but two steps into the front, into the next generation. And then we have really a chance against it. And I guess this is a point at the end of the day. We do not have to be afraid. We do not have to be defensive. So we have our power in Europe, including UK, and we should use it, and we should cooperate. And so I'm very optimistic regarding the future.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think, thank you for remembering the UK at the end there, Ralph. But I think if we look at this as actually part of security resilience as well as technological resilience, then the UK can play a very significant role as a security partner and a leading tech nation in the continent of Europe, but outside of the EU as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those are very encouraging words. And I think one thing I take away from this discussion is that Pencho chose the topic perfectly for this entire summit, because actually we were talking about the new rules, but we just established that enforcing those new rules, but then also thinking about the economy of tomorrow and building alternatives and just investing in that sense is just as important, if not even more important, especially if we talk about the enforcement in all scenarios, and to be brave here. So thank you very much. Thank you for this very insightful panel. We got to the end. I don't think we have time for questions right now, but there will be plenty of time after the summit today. So thank you very much.
I'm taking over to not lose you, and I promise it will be quick, but also there's a chance to learn something new, because I think most of you are in the digital policy field somehow. And today we have 3-4 speakers. Carolina's already sitting there, so she just switch seats from the finance sector. So,
yeah. So, but I will have to leave timely because we have in the
we have heard of many ecosystemic risks stemming from big tech today. So we had consumer-facing risks, we had competition risks, we had risks from a few companies becoming infrastructure. And today we are closing this day with another risk, which is financial stability. But the good thing is that we have supervisory experts here in different kinds of ways who can maybe speak about regulation and how to deal with this risk. And what are we going to address today? Caro, I would like to start with you. You are at Finanzwende Recherche, a nonprofit, and for quite some time you observed the integration of big tech services into the finance sector. Could you tell us a little bit about what you have observed, and then we will go to the other speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very nice to have the possibility to talk on this topic. So, yeah, we've been looking at big tech companies in the financial sector, and we actually observed that worldwide big tech companies are pushing into the financial sector in two ways. So on the one side, they are offering IT services to the financial sector itself, to financial institutions, as, for example, cloud computing, AI agents, risk management tools, and yeah, these kind of IT services. And if we look at the European Union, we can already see, and we have been talking about the cloud sector before, that there's already a very strong dependence on those hyperscalers when it comes to outsourcing the IT infrastructure to Amazon, to Microsoft, for example. Actually, it's one of the big risks the German Financial Supervisory Agency, which is also sitting here, maybe Mr. Schäfer can elaborate on that further later, identified as one of the big risks the concentration in the outsourcing to a very few non-European actors when it comes to these services. And on the other side, we can see that big tech companies, as also in the EU, are rolling out consumer-facing services. So many of us here, and I guess that many are also using these services, use payment services as the digital wallets by Apple or Google, for example, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and they are experiencing massive growth in the EU. If you look beyond the EU, we can see that these front-end services, this is what they are called, are actually much wider. In the US, for example, we have a high-yielding savings account by Apple, which is offered in cooperation with Goldman Sachs. If we look at China, then there's a whole palette of insurance products, investment products offered by the financial big tech Alipay. So there's a lot of potential in big tech financial services on the back end and on the front end.
Thank you, very informative. Rupert Schäfer, you are Chief Executive Director of Strategy, Policy and Control, a special unit at the German Federal Financial Supervisory Authority, BaFin. And maybe you could explain how this looks from your perspective. And before, because not everybody might be familiar with what the BaFin does, explain a little bit about your work.
Of course. So I start with maybe explaining what we do and what our mandate is. Because we serve the public interest, of course. We are the financial regulator in Germany. We do not set the rules. That's more for the EU level, the parliament, and the member states. But we do apply the rules and we do enforce the rules. And maybe I will come back to some of the remarks in the previous panel. So what is the objective? We have to make sure that the financial system is stable, that it's functioning in a fair way, and that the investors can trust the system. That's our mandate. What we don't do is data protection, for example. We are not the competent authority for competition, for market abuse. But all the cases or the examples that have been given are relevant for us, because what is a bank today? A bank is not anymore the nice building maybe you have had in the past. It is a totally fragmented approach to provide financial services where IT and data plays a very important role. So it's very important to understand who's playing which part in the whole fragmented system. And of course, tech service providers are a very critical part of it. And that's why we have an interest how they are working and make sure that they are stable in the end.
And Thomas Weck, I will lead over to you because Mr. Schäfer mentioned competition risks. I think it makes sense to sneak this into here as well, because we do not only have financial stability risk, but also competition risks. You are an associate professor of public law, regulatory law, and comparative law at the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management, and former lead analyst at the Monopolies Commission. So perfect fit actually to cover both sides, so to say.
Thanks a lot. Can you hear me? Yeah. First, I need to make a conflict of interest declaration, because the research center I'm working at is financed by a number of companies, among others AWS and Google. Still, we are independent, but I should say that. Now, regarding your question, how competition comes in, I think we are now at a particularly interesting juncture when we look at financial markets, because developments are on the horizon that have not materialized yet, but that could really reshape basically how we understand the risks in financial markets. And there I see a certain shift. After the financial crisis, the main driver of regulation was we don't want a crisis like this to happen again, right? So the idea was in financial markets we have risk intermediaries, and we need to be able to control this risk. However, the market already at the time had moved on and is continuing to move on, obviously. After the financial crisis, we saw the rise of fintech. What is so special about fintechs? It's basically that they unbundled the bank, right, and started to provide specialized services and also do away with certain intermediations, types of intermediations that we had seen up to then. Then we saw the rise of big tech, and big tech is now a different sort of intermediary. They are not driven by the interest in building trust, right, and gaining customers by providing secure ways of intermediation, but they are information intermediaries. They work based on data. Thanks.
Is tired.
So here we see now. Here we see now some kind of pincer movement. Basically, Caro already explained what's happening. At the same time, those big tech companies are attacking, we can say, in payment services, are starting to attack. Maybe we don't see it in full bloom yet, this development, but this is something that we need to be aware of, that for big tech companies, payment services is particularly attractive because it can be integrated in their ecosystem. It can provide them with access to more data. On the other hand, we see that they open their data analytics, data storage infrastructure, and make themselves indispensable for traditional financial intermediaries who rely on them because modernizing their own IT infrastructure is very costly. It's much better if there is someone with expertise who can provide these services to them, right? But this obviously creates new sorts of dependencies. And what's particularly important, while the regulation and handling the regulation and dealing with the regulators is still basically what banks have to do, the value creation happens more and more in the background when it comes to dealing with data, analyzing data, and making use of data, right? And this is basically where big tech and tech is particularly strong. So integrating payment aspects and back office financial services means that this all contributes basically to the further development of already existing digital ecosystems that are already strong in various markets and can expand their power through these means into other markets.
Okay, so we have big tech entering the finance sector, a vital sector for stability of the society, of the economy, through the front end, through payment systems, for example, and through the back end by providing, for example, cloud services for banks, right? If it's not urgent, I will lead over, okay, to Johannes Ehrentraut, because you have thought intensively from an advisory perspective, advising supervisory authorities in the finance sector about this problem and what to do about it. So different regulatory options, and maybe you could say what gap you were seeing in the regulatory framework and what proposals you see or what suggestions you would make.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, maybe I should also introduce your institution. So you're working at the Financial Stability Institute of the Bank for International Settlements, BIS. And maybe you could also say quickly what this BIS is, because that might also be something that the audience is not familiar with.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I had a few encounters during the coffee break, and indeed, I think I had the same thought to say a few words about this institution. So the Bank for International Settlements is based in Basel. It's the oldest international financial institution we have. It was founded in 1930. It's still around, amazingly. And our main job is to foster cooperation on monetary and financial stability matters. The BIS has 63 shareholding central banks. The governors come to Basel every 2 months to discuss monetary policy, inflation, financial stability matters. And as you mentioned, I work for the Financial Stability Institute, which, despite its name, is a unit of the BIS. And our main stakeholders are financial authorities and central banks that regulate banks and other financial institutions, like the BaFin would be in Germany. And so our mandate is to support them in their work. And as part of this, we are also thinking about new topics or new challenges that they have to grapple with in their daily work. No? And this is when we started looking at big techs many years ago. We started 2019. Which was also the year, coincidentally, when Meta proposed the Libra project. So this is a bit the background where we're coming from.
Maybe we should quickly say what the Libra DM project was. It was a own currency, and I think there was a lot of outrage almost that a big tech company would issue their own digital currency.
Yeah, exactly. So the big concern back then was that we didn't really knew what it was. There were many unsolved issues, but it was clearly a regulatory issue. And then they were invited to
to Basel, Meta to present, and the room was like this. It was fully packed with regulators, and they were grilled, and they didn't have many good answers to many questions, and this is probably also contributed to the stop of this project. But so this was the start of when we for us looking at the big tech issue. We've published a couple of papers on this over the years, which are all on the BS website. And we in the course of our work we came across a couple of concerns. But to be very brief, let me list 3 concerns. One is data governance. Another concern is how big techs work in terms of their interdependencies within the group, but also interdependencies with other financial institutions that we regulate and supervise. And then the last concern, of course, and this was mentioned already, now they have become critical third-party providers of services to the financial sector. So we have all these concerns, and then we thought about, okay, so how are these guys regulated at the moment? And how are they going about their business? And it turns out, of course, they are not outside the regulatory perimeter, because if you offer banking services, you need to observe the relevant requirements. But the thing is that they operate on the basis of sectoral rules that are activity-based. And what this means is, if you provide payment services, you need a payment license, or if you do lending, you need a lending license. And these kind of rules, activity-based rules, they are of course very helpful to ensure a level playing field, because it means you provide one activity, you need to observe the same requirements. No? But the problem with big techs is that here you have a set of risks that emerge from the combination of financial activities with non-financial activities. And this is what distinguishes them from other financial groups that we are used to as regulators and supervisors. The main activities are non-financial, but still they provide important financial services. So how do we go about this? And to make it short, we came to the conclusion that we need a regulatory rethink. We need to regulate big techs directly. We haven't started this discussion yet. We also put out a proposal, and I'm happy to go into detail more if you like.
Thanks. So here we can see companies that are growing into a new sector, and supervisory authorities are now challenged a lot to grapple with this, right? Because there are not genuine financial institutions, but they operate somehow in the finance sector. Mr. Schäfer, could you maybe share from practice how you think about this problem, maybe what's already happening or what you think should happen? You can already also share a wish, what should happen, because that was actually my final question, and we are close to this, ending this panel. So you can already prepare your wish.
So let me go back maybe to the question, where do we really see a problem? And I think the problem now is the concentration in market structure when it comes to cloud and AI, and the dependency we have from service companies that are mainly outside of the EU. So given also the geopolitical environment, I think that that's the main issue we face, that if you lose access to those services, a bank and insurance company, a stock exchange, payment infrastructure in Europe probably would have problems. But that's not only cloud and AI, it's also about software, it's about telecoms. And do we have a solution? Well, we have a regulatory framework because we have requirements, we have rules in financial regulation. That's the so-called DORA. And I think those rules are fine, but you cannot change the market reality overnight. So it goes back to what has been discussed in the previous panel. You need more alternatives, you need more competition. Otherwise, you can only somehow mitigate those dependencies, but you cannot really solve the underlying issue, because there are not so many companies offering those services. And if you don't use those services, probably you will not be as competitive as other market players. So that's, I think, the main issue. Otherwise, the big techs are, today at least in Europe, they do not access the retail clients directly. So they are trying to avoid any sort of activity which is regulated, because they know once they are regulated, we will have full consolidation over their whole group and activities. And that's what probably they do not want to have. So they are more at the margins currently. They are not offering true payment services. They are a little bit outside. They are not providing credit. They are not providing insurance services. But of course, they could. We cannot stop them. That's not part of our mandate, and we should not do that, because it's a competition and market economy. But we should also not be afraid to confront them if they would not comply with the rules, because that's part of maybe the previous panel. You need the right mindset also from the authorities, and we are not afraid of, I would say, enforcing rules against large companies. That's not the problem. So whenever I think the market would develop, we would be ready to apply the tools we have. So the wish probably would be that we see the upside, the potential upside of technology, but that we are not naive about the risk from those dependencies.
And is there anything that, for example, competition authorities or data protection authorities could learn from financial supervisors, financial sector supervisors? Because, the systemic risk is something that is kind of ingrained in your work.
Well, I think we can all learn from each other. So it's not that we know how to deal with those issues better than others. But I think that the main, or maybe the common challenge is how to deal with market actors that are maybe a bit more aggressive, that are very powerful in terms of size, financial resources. But there you will find many positive examples where authorities, be it competition authorities, financial regulators, others, they are able and willing to act. And that's, I think, the main theme, that you just enforce the rules that apply to everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Ehrentraut, combined with the wish, do you want to comment again on a regulatory framework that would be fit for purpose? And I also encourage everyone to look at this paper. I don't know if it's the newest one, to be honest. It was from 2022, which I read, which was at big tech regulation and new framework. But yeah, so please.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe let me underline what Mr. Schäfer just said. I mean, indeed, I think this is one of the biggest issues, this issue of market concentration. First, we had it in the cloud market, now increasingly with AI services. And the financial sector increasingly relies on these providers, and they have become critical. No? So we are a bit in a bind there. But then, on the other hand, when we looked at how big techs are providing their financial services, they have also entered more and more into partnerships with banks and other financial institutions. So in these partnerships, they provide the front end, so the interface, and then on the back end, now the transaction may be recorded on the balance sheet of the bank. So what this means for financial institutions is that you're basically being squeezed in the middle. You're in the sandwich position. You rely on them for your cloud services and for your AI services. And then you may have also partnered with them, and they then own the client relationship because they are kind of at the front end what the client sees. So the former acting controller of the currency once said, he had a quote, and he said that banking increasingly becomes looks like a global manufacturing chain, a supply chain. So I thought this was a good quote, and it poses challenges for regulators, because the boundary between what is regulated and not regulated, who is inside and who is outside the regulatory perimeter becomes increasingly blurred. So coming back to your question, so for us, we think there's now a clear case, and the clear case was there 2022 already, to develop a specific regulatory regime for big techs with significant financial activity. Before the pandemic, we were close to having this discussion, the Financial Stability Board. Then the priorities turned elsewhere, and then the situation changed on the global level, as we all know. So I think at this stage, no wonder there was no progress. Of course, because big techs are global companies, this means you need a global response. It will be very hard for any one jurisdiction to come up with a global response, and for this we need a global policy debate, which is usually what is taking place at the BIS. So far, unfortunately, there's nothing in sight in this regard, but this would be on my wish list that at least we start this discussion. And there's another quote I have for you: it's better to build a fence on top of a cliff than to have the ambulance waiting below.
I think all the digital experts here in this room and others would encourage that wish, so maybe it helps a little bit. And over to Mr. Weck.
Yeah,
short wish, and we are really, really late already, but please.
I'll keep it brief. I fully subscribe to what Mr. Ehrentraut just said. Just one additional point as food for thought. I think the big tech companies are to some extent also really the opposite to what we see when we administer them, because administration and regulation is working very much in siloed structures, right? So we have competition agencies, we have financial agencies, network agencies for the tangible infrastructure and so on. But when we look at big tech companies, they are combining products and services all the time, because what they really want to achieve is a very smooth and complete experience to users, end users. End users don't want to worry about anything when they are online. They want to get a solution that's perfectly fitting their needs and preferences, basically out of one hand, right? And this is what large digital platform operators and big tech companies are offering them. Now, with this, I come to my wish. I think we cannot change the regulatory architecture we are having right now, at least not that easily. I fully subscribe to the ambition of going global and combining views, but I think the first step should really be to talk, right? I would be very happy, and that would also be my wish, if things like, for example, this digital cluster that several agencies have established in Bonn, where financial supervisors, competition agencies, and others are discussing these matters, if this was really a forum that that became a real hub for combining views, basically, and developing an integrated strategy towards big tech. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one more little addition to what we said before, because maybe that sounded as if it was in conflict. So big tech companies, they are offering those digital wallets, but they are not classified as financial services. And this also shows the pivotal role of data when it comes to big tech financial services, because they are not executing the financial service itself. Like we all know, we put our Visa or MasterCard there, now even sometimes the Giro card. But this is the payment service that is going on. The big tech wallet, the Apple Pay, the Google Pay, is just an IT service at this point. So big tech, they are reaping the data, they are reaping fee, or they are getting fees from it, but they are not executing a financial service. So this is the most convenient way for them to get into finance without being properly financially regulated. So just to quickly clear that. And yeah, I think we've talked about a global framework, of course, which would be heaven on earth. But then, of course, also then the acknowledgement that big tech companies going into finance, it's not financial institutions, it's technology companies going into the financial sector. And this is where financial regulation itself is not enough, because it's made for banks, it's made for credit institutions and financial institutions as such, but not for those large ecosystems that possess huge competitive advantages by being able to cross-subsidize, to use data from other services to really develop the most perfect and smooth financial services that then down the road can, are way more successful than their competitors. So another thing we as Finanzwende, and this is and here we are in a lucky situation because we are an NGO, so we can just ask for it, is that we see a first step in really separating all kinds of financial services that big tech offers into a separate financial entity that is ring-fenced from the rest of the company to neutralize this cross-subsidization and the exchange of data, and also the exchange of financial resources, data, and the common use of technology to really neutralize these competitive advantages that big tech have from their entire ecosystem. Of course, that cannot neutralize everything because they still have their huge customer base that they can lay out their new financial services to, but still this would be a first step to make financial regulation effective and just have to regulate the financial services and not the entire big tech.
Great, I think that was a good summary and also somehow final words, but let me end with this. So there's a lot to learn here. I wish we could go deeper. We also haven't talked about the digital euro as a sovereign kind of alternative. We haven't talked about digital tokens, and we haven't talked a lot about AI. I think we didn't mention it really, so which is a surprise. So maybe we should come back here next year and pick up on this conversation. I think a lot has happened. Tenses. But today, I think we will use the opportunity to have some drinks outside. I hope our speakers will stay here for a little chat. This has just been an opener for conversation. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you, Pensho. Thanks to Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. We don't have time for questions, but we have time for
them. Thank you very much. We deserve much more time. I'm sorry for this, but yeah, I believe we've closed this chapter and force. I think we could prolong it a bit more, but that's it. We continue tomorrow with Simplify and Build. And now I think all of us deserve a glass of wine, and I believe you are all hungry, and I hope that the food in our academy is good. So please join the kind of reception tonight. Hope you can stay a bit with us. I really enjoyed the whole day. Hope you're going to continue discussion with us tomorrow. Thank you very much.